Hello, everybody. This is Corey with a couple quick announcements before this episode. The first is that I was a guest on another podcast, a show called Cinestudy, and on that episode, we discussed the highs and the lows of the entire Terminator movie franchise. At the time of this release, it's the most recent episode on the Cinestudy feed, but for you future listeners, it's episode 52. Check it out, Cinestudy Podcast. We talked Terminator for about 3 hours, and Pappy from the Spoilers Podcast joined us. Again, check it out. It's one of my favorite podcasts that I've done in a long time. Also, I've been having some trouble with Spotify lately. Several of my episodes have been removed from that platform, and I'm currently battling to get those recovered, but it may not be possible. This means that our entire library may not be on Spotify any longer. So you listeners that use that platform may have to switch over to Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Hopefully that gets worked out. Wish me luck. Anyway, here we go.
Big Dumb Movie is a comedic podcast that often contains obscene language and outlandish commentary. Listener discretion is advised.
Hello and welcome to Big Dumb Movie Ninja Edition, where we discuss ninja movies of the ninja variety. I'm your host, Corey, and I'm joined today with Josh from the Spoilers Podcast. Damn! And Steve.
Cowabunga!
Radical.
Right back to my childhood in the early 90s.
One of them spoke. Thank you guys for being here. Glad to have you both on the podcast. We are joined together today to discuss possibly the greatest movie of all time.
Ooh.
I stand by that. The 1990 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie directed by Steve Barron. Hell yeah, the time has finally fucking come. I'm ready for this. I'm here for it, baby. I love this movie. I cannot wait to gush over it for hopefully 2 hours. But before we go into the movie, we like to have these opening conversations, of course. And I was thinking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and, like, its knockoffs. Now, this franchise has been around forever. It's been around for so long. Steve is going to talk about that thoroughly, I'm sure. But, Steve, do you remember, like, all these, like, knockoff properties of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
There were so many.
There were a lot, right?
Right. I mean, the one, I know I mentioned it before, and I'm going to mention some others, but like Samurai Pizza Cats is obviously the biggest one of all. It's just,
Samurai Pizza Cats.
Right? I mean, they're pizza parlor samurai cats. That's the biggie. But
isn't that an anime?
Sort of. I mean, it was definitely like a sort of engineered, I think, for Japanese kids first, and then came to us afterward. But I mean, yeah, you get like Battletoads. You know, that's definitely sort of in the same vein. A lot of people accuse Bucky O'Hare of being a knockoff. I love Bucky O'Hare. It really isn't a knockoff. It was his own comic that also got a cartoon. It just wasn't as popular. There were toys though, and an NES game. But good. I've got one other in mind, but I don't really want to bring it up because I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if you bring it up.
Well, Steve, I was also thinking about like other properties that got knockoff, so I'm actually going to talk about those first because I was like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it sure did get a lot of knockoffs. And I was like, you know what? Every big property in my childhood got some kind of knockoff.
Right.
So, like, I was thinking about the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, right? Which
Yeah.
I know, Steve, you're very much aware that it's kind of like a stolen show in a weird way.
Yeah.
But they did their own thing with it.
Right.
But what is actually a knockoff of that is VR Troopers.
Oh my God, I do remember that. I'd forgotten about that. I did not think that was going to come up today. Wow, what a pull. Good one. Yeah.
That VR Troopers theme song, damn, baby, it gets me going.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I have a few others. I'm going to get to them in a sec, but Josh, I'm curious to know, like, what's your take on this?
I can't wait to hear you blaze through this list. I think it's going to ring a lot of bells in a lot of people's heads, and I love it. But yes, this is Josh from Goshen. Maybe on this podcast, Josh from Spoilers should be maybe my name. I don't know. But usually I'm on the podcast Spoilers. We're a movie podcast, ! I actually hosted an episode of this movie long ago, Kylo. But the guys on Spoilers weren't feeling the movie as much back then. So I'm looking forward to potting on this again, maybe with some more tubular vibes.
Bossa Nova.
The way I went with this was, it made me think of a video game, because I knew you'd have all the TV shows and movies pretty much covered. There's a game that me and best friend Drew used to play for Sega Genesis called Toe Jam and Earl. And
I love that game.
Do you know that game?
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I
Okay,
just played
thank
that game with a friend actually like 6 months ago.
No, you did not.
I seriously did. Yeah, I played the sequel.
I haven't played it in a couple decades, so tell me if my memory is true here, but it's kind of like an early open world game, and you're kind of just like two tubular alien teenagers causing trouble throughout the land. You're like throwing tomatoes at people. I think you eat cheesecake. I feel like you're able to smoke cigarettes or something like that. I don't know, but
The game is a little naughty.
Yeah, it's kind of like Conker's Bad Fur Day in that regard.
The thing about Toe Jam and Earl is like it's like very like urban hip hop / funk based.
yes.
So like Toe Jam and Earl are like super cool guy. Like one of them has like a chain. There might even be a clock at the end of it with like similar to like what was his name?
Flava Flav.
Flavor Flav, there it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they wear sunglasses. They have like a boombox on their shoulder kind of thing, and they don't just walk. They walk with like a stride. That's like a dance.
Does Earthworm Jim belong in this conversation? I feel like he's at least tangential,
Yes.
right?
Yes, and the Battletoads are in there probably as well. But I think something maybe to keep in mind as Corey goes through his list is like, I think if you can write a general outline for what an episode would be if there was like a crossover between X and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, if you could write that in like 10 seconds or less, that's like a great choice for a knockoff. Like with Toe Jam and Earl, you could easily see what would happen if the boys met the boys. You know what I mean?
IDW's done some interesting crossovers with the Turtles. There was even a Power Rangers crossover with the Turtles. We should write them a letter and see if they'll try to do it.
That'd be amazing.
And Toe Jam and Earl could make like a great like modern game.
Absolutely.
Because there is like this open world aspect to it, like you were saying, Josh, especially in the first one. The second game is more of a side scroller, but
Just think if they did like a modern day Skyrim, except you're like throwing tomatoes to like troll fellas, that would be amazing. I don't think that exists.
perfect.
There was a third one in 2002. I swear there was a more recent one, but I can't come up with it.
Well, that's it from me. Josh from Goshen, Josh from Spoilers.
Well, I think what Steve is saying, the one that I would compare it most to, is probably Biker Mice from Mars.
That is exactly what I was thinking. 100,000,000% yes.
For some reason, I was like super fascinated with that show as a kid.
Yeah.
More so than the other Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle knockoffs, like more so than Street Sharks.
Yeah, Street Sharks is another one I figured you'd probably mention. So good. Yeah. I feel like even Gargoyles is again sort of tangential. It's like it's not quite the same, but it's like
I feel like that's more of like a Batman animated series.
You know what, you're
adjacent.
right. Yeah.
But
okay.
Similar energy, all of these kind of, you know. There was a very obscure show that I watched in 1993, and I remember even trying to bring it up to my classmates, and they didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. I have talked about this show on the podcast before. It's called Bots Master.
Now that one, I think I do remember the name, but I actually do not have any real memory of that show.
The intro to it is like this crazy like hip hop song that I guess I'll put in here.
Street boys, you know the planet is in a jam, a diabolical plan of only one man. A Paradigm International Funk and an army of 3 A's of heat people jump.
Yeah, family invaders, you forgot about the boys and the guy who made us. Zim Zoolander, master of boy spots.
We undermine the plot. We're sports boys and we like making noise. Intelligent joy.
And that's a tasty tea. But don't forget, you're what you eat.
Tell me what, son. Let me swivel and say, I rock to the dock and I save the day.
Daddy's the name and the brain is my dad.
Any trouble making dicks.
My name is Ninja hinges, the better hinges. How I use my sword, it singes.
I'm Ziv Zoolander, ZZ for short, you know I fight the corp, I'm the boss master. Listen up, you all, you're the boys brigade. When it's laser time, put on the 3D shade. Laser time, boys!
But yeah, Botsmaster was kind of like a Transformers knockoff, which
Right.
Transformers kind of had its own knockoffs. I know there's GoBots, which is kind of like famous for being the Transformers knockoff, but I think, Steve, you were saying that technically it came first.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was a Transformers kid, but between the two, GoBots is actually older, I think, by a year. They first debuted GoBots merch in 83, and then the GoBots cartoon went on the air during 84, the same year the Transformers came on, and the Transformers just completely overshadowed them. I mean, but, you know, the Transformers movie had Orson Welles and Leonard Nimoy in it. Like, the GoBots never achieved those kinds of lofty heights.
That is true. I know, Steve, you're a big advocate of that original Transformers
God,
movie.
I love that movie. It takes me
the
back
2007 Michael Bay.
Oh, God, no. That one makes me feel sick. The old animated one just makes me feel sick. Like, I can't sit through it without feeling like I'm sick again. I love it.
But there's a couple other kind of similar properties that aren't exactly like direct knockoffs of something, but like are in the same vibe. One of them, Steve, I hope you remember, it's called Exo Squad.
I do remember that one.
Exo Squad was like a mech suit American cartoon, which I think makes it like a Gundam knockoff. Is that like the OG like mech suit property?
Yeah, Gundam is probably among the earliest, and Macross, which has different names, because that's another one, like with Power Rangers, they took a show that had started in Japan and then rejiggered it for US audiences, but yeah.
Exo Squad was super cool in that it was these, you know, humanoid characters that got in this big mech suit. Kind of think like the end of Aliens, for those that like can't picture it, like Ripley in like the what is it, the loader thing
The
that she
loading
fights.
suit, yeah.
It's like those, but like completely weaponized. And the toys, as you can imagine, were fucking epic. And I remember I didn't have any Exo Squad toys, but it was my friend's birthday coming up. And I went to the store, and of course my dad's like, all right, pick out a toy for your friend for his birthday party. And I picked out this dope Exo Squad toy. I was like, I got this because this is what I would want. And I remember he opened it and he like complained about it. And I was like, you fucking asshole.
Oh,
Damn.
God, yeah, I'm grateful. I would have just taken it back.
Exo Squad, never
Like-
heard of that.
You know how fucking happy I'd be to have an Exo Squad toy?
Right? Dude, and I think that's the best way to buy gifts, especially like for a kid, is like, this is the one I would have gotten, and they don't want it at all. There was another one kind of in that realm that I was obsessed with as a little kid called Silverhawks that a lot of people don't remember, but I think it's got one of the best intros in cartoon history.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. Some
Yeah.
of these we have talked about before, so I apologize. But
Yeah.
I do remember you talking about Silverhawks.
Love it.
Wings of silver, nerves of steel. Silverhawks, partly metal, partly real. Silverhawks, soaring through the highway of the heavens in their flight. Silverhawks, a rainbow in the
This is the one I'm least familiar with so far, Steve. Let me stretch it a little bit. What does that crossover ep look like between the Silverhawks and the Turtles? Give me a little flavor of these boys.
Ooh. Now that's an interesting one, because aliens are something that get introduced to the comics and the cartoon series as well pretty early. There's even in one of the more modern iterations under IDW, aliens become a regular presence on Earth, and the Turtles manage to blend in but with society by pretending they're just aliens.
Love that.
Right? It's great. The IDW comics are really genuinely quite good.
They don't have to be some sort of punka anymore. They can just
Right
be
now.
regular guys.
You don't have to wear a trench coat.
Right? But the Silverhawks weren't really aliens. They were people, but they had these mech suits that were like skin. They spent all their time in space. They had a ship they could go out from on like little smaller attack vessels. And that could be a real big multi-parter where like part of it is there on Earth with working with the turtles, and then the turtles go to space with them. That could be quite a big one.
Is Krang involved in a lot of the space exploits? I gotta imagine so, right? It's kind of his thing, his realm.
I mean, my memory may not be catalog-ic or whatever on the level of other people's. I always remember Krang mostly just being here, but it definitely within the realm of possibility.
There was a bunch of creatures like Krang in the early comics. Yeah, they came down from space and stuff. They were a threat, I think, in the Mirage days.
Yeah, God, yeah. When this, we can touch more on it later, but this gets really, really muddy, and I won't start going into detail now, but like there are in certain instances like multiple concurrent comics, Ninja Turtles comics published by different companies that were not at all related to each other. There's an Archie comic series that was directly adapted from the cartoon, doesn't cross with the others at all. There were instances where Eastman and Laird were working on their own stories overlapping with other publishers. Yeah.
I'll say my last few that I think are relevant here, or maybe my last one. There was an early 90s show, 1994, called Skeleton Warriors.
Oh, loved it. The PlayStation game that was based on it was amazing.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know they made a game on it.
And it's very interesting looking. I would encourage people to YouTube. It didn't, you know the way Donkey Kong Country looked on the SNES?
Yeah.
It was more like that style. It was strange, but cool.
Skeleton Warriors, Steve, I have a toy from the toy line up there. The toys were fantastic, as were the toys for a lot of these shows that we've named, specifically Ninja Turtles, but Skeleton Warriors was kind of like a He-Man knockoff.
Yeah.
Like the Skeleton Warriors were actually the villains, but they were the coolest looking part of the show. The heroes, I think, were like more like He-Man-esque.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there was Conan the Adventurer, which was a animated show. It was nothing like Conan the movies or Conan the comics, for that matter, or the books. It was its own thing. It was basically like a He-Man show.
Yeah.
And Conan the Adventurer was one I really liked as well, which Skeleton Warriors kind of lifted a little bit from that in He-Man. So those are mine.
Those are good picks. You did touch on the ones I thought you would. I'm glad for that.
Now, Steve, I have a question for you about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Uh-oh.
How the hell was this movie made?
You know, I mean, I'm going to say more, but I think to some degree you could sum it up by saying nobody seems to really fucking know anymore. Because there are so many slightly different, like, even, I'm not even talking about bad actors on the internet at this point. Like, interviews and documentaries. There's one that you and I both watched recently that's supposed to be a definitive history of the Turtles. It's not a bad documentary. I liked it. But you've got all these people who were involved at various levels of the comics, the toys, and the films, and they all came together at different points along the way, and you can't have any one of these things happen without the other things happening. And for some weird reason, it doesn't seem like every single one of them ever really got together all at once for a panel or an interview or a documentary and anything. So what happens is you've got all these separate interviews and documentaries that collect bits and pieces from like 3 or 4 of them, but they don't always tell the exact same story that other people told in other interviews, and they don't even always say the same thing every time they're interviewed.
That's true.
Which makes it very, very difficult to figure out. And look, it's been 40 years since this movie was made. I'm willing to believe a huge part of this is people just forget things with time. But like, so speaking of...
So let's start with, where was Kevin Eastman born, Steve?
Right, well, so I'm not going to read this whole thing. I ended up with 2 sets of notes. One's on the history of the comics. One's on the history of the film. Like, I will touch on the comics a little bit because I think it's worth knowing this.
It is. The comics are an important part of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles history. Very much so.
So, Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird met during 1983, based on what I've been able to piece together. Eastman was working at a restaurant. He'd actually moved to follow a waitress that he was dating at the time. Kevin Eastman was also creating comics in his spare time, but he couldn't get them sold to anyone so none of them were getting published. He relocated with this waitress girlfriend of his to Northampton, Massachusetts, and he was hoping that a local underground newspaper that he was apparently aware of would be interested in some of his work. And while he's living in Northampton, he meets Peter Laird. Laird is living and working nearby in New Hampshire, and he's making $10 per illustration, selling art of his to a local newspaper. And he's also occasionally doing work for fantasy magazines.
Can I just interject here? Modern day, Laird, 71 years old, Eastman, 62. So just put some context to it.
Right, yeah, and so they're like in their 30s, in the early 80s when they meet each other, or late 20s, somewhere around there. And it's kind of strange seeing them now being the age they are. So the two of them became friendly pretty much immediately, and apparently they did like room together for a while. So they're living together and they're doing artwork and they're trying to do serious stuff for themselves, but they're also goofing off a lot, and they're writing or drawing a lot of goofy stuff. And in some cases, they do these little sort of informal, friendly competitions with each other where one of them draws something ridiculous and the other sees if he can one-up them. And the two of them had some kind of running joke about monster turtles running onto a highway to kick buses, apparently. One of them actually does talk about this in an interview. So there's a story that I found that isn't really repeated anywhere. This may not be completely true, but it says that sometime during roughly November of 1983, Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird were having one of these goofy drawing competitions with each other, and Eastman drew a sketch of a masked turtle standing on its hind legs holding nunchucks, and that it was Laird who first referred to the character in the drawing as a teenage mutant. And it was really it was a goof. It was meant for fun.
I think you first referred to it as a Ninja Turtle.
This is one of the problems. I found it both ways, including the two of them talking about this. They've referred to it both ways. So I don't know which. I just don't think it's. I was born 83, 42. I'm 42 years ago. There's no way they're going to really remember. I mean, maybe.
I see what you're saying.
But I think this is just an issue where it's been over 40 years and the memory shifts a little bit. You know, my opinion, could be wrong. I don't know which is true myself.
It's like the gospel accounts. Just kind of piece it together and make the best guess.
Well, yeah, they don't really match each other. You're not really sure which one's totally correct. But, you know, somewhere in there is a story.
Suffice to say that, like, the half of the name was created initially.
Yeah, they came up, and at some point along the way, don't really understand how they made the leap, but they decided that they were going to actually try to turn it into a pitch. So they turned the one turtle into four turtles, and after some debate, decided that they were going to name the turtles after four Renaissance artists, so Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, and Michelangelo. In March of 84, they actually got really started apparently working on the first comic. They used part of a tax refund, and one of Eastman's uncles loaned him $1,000 they could use, which was actually a pretty substantial amount of money in 1984. You could buy a new car for about $1,000 in 84, pretty close anyway. And Eastman and Laird decided to start their own little publishing company that they called Mirage, and they liked the name because they thought of the studio itself as being a mirage. Eastman, I'm paraphrasing his quote, but at one point said something to the effect of that there wasn't an actual studio, it was just kitchen tables and couches with lapboards. And he makes some similar comments to that in a lot of the interviews.
That's cool, though.
Right, yeah, I love that. The idea of these two guys, young artists, never really had any big success. They come up with this crazy Ninja Turtle idea. Now they've got their own little publishing company and they're drawing it out of a kitchen. You know? Peter Laird apparently created a press kit, like a really professional press kit, that they tried distributing to TV and radio stations. They placed an ad in a magazine called Comic Buyer's Guide, which isn't published anymore, but was basically just supposed to be a forum for indie people to advertise that they had work they were trying to get published. And they eventually managed to actually get quite a lot of coverage in magazines and on TV for what they were doing, because apparently newscasters and other people really liked the Ninja Turtles name. They were able to do well enough with their first run of comics that it led to more. They originally only, I mean, it started as a goof, but they originally only thought they were going to publish one little series. And we'll talk about the end of the movie when we get to the end of the movie, but the end of this first, I think, 5 or 6 part series ends with the Turtles kicking Shredder off of a roof into a garbage truck. And that's where they thought the story was going to end. They didn't think they were going to do more than that.
Shredder is, he's killed in the first issue, right?
Yeah, or it's either the first one or the last issue of that series, but one way or the other, he dies, and it was supposed to be basically a comic book miniseries, and he dies pretty much right away.
Yeah.
But
I think when you're that indie, you got to just, like, tell your story, because you might not get, like, a continuation, right?
Yeah.
It might end, so you got to get it out there if you have an idea.
And they very much thought this was going to be a one-off, that, like, you know, a few thousand people will buy the issues and that'll be it.
Are you trying to say that They didn't realize he could come back through the floorboards with a little bit of ooze in like couple hours.
No, they weren't anticipating Mutant Shredder coming back from the garbage truck.
They did not anticipate Kevin Nash.
No,
from
they did not.
WWF playing Super Shredder at this point. It was not yet conceived.
So there's a huge amount of story here. I'm going to just paraphrase my way through a lot of it because people will get bored. You want to start looking this up, start looking it up. There's a ton of sources, a lot of overlapping material. But
if there's anything that's not boring, can we be like, is there anything else you know about that bit, Steve?
Of
course. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there is going to be more that you know that you're not putting out there. So
Absolutely. I always keep a little just as, those extra nuggets we can go mining for. So by 86, they were publishing Turtles comics, and they'd already become pretty popular. And the two of them started getting offers from various people for merchandising. There's a guy named Mark Friedman, who was one of several people who reached out to them to try to merchandise the Turtles, and Eastman in particular didn't like a lot of what was coming to him and kept kind of turning the offers down. But they told Friedman that if they thought he came up with something interesting enough, that they would try to work with him. There's a little bit of online disagreement about whether Eastman and Laird approached the toy company themselves or whether Friedman was the one who did it on their behalf, but Friedman in interviews tends to imply it was him. There was a toy company based in California called Playmates. Friedman goes to Playmates Toys. The people there like the concept. He starts talking to them. It turns into a potential deal for toys, which Eastman and Laird become willing to sign on for. And the staff at Playmates is very creative. They start adding their own touch and their own ideas. And that's where the merchandising really got started. But it was the people at Playmates Toys who said, if we're going to do this and we're going to have figures, there's got to be a cartoon. They apparently instigated their being both at once, which makes complete sense when you think about the fact that Transformers and G.I. Joe, I think, were around at this point or very close to it, and that just became the model for the 80s. You've got a cartoon and you've got toys, and they go together, right? And one of them helps market the other, and then eventually you'll have clothing and lunchboxes and wall posters and cereal. I'm pretty sure I had Spider-Man socks as a kid. I mean, they'll do anything and everything they can sell to kids.
That's the cash cow method right there, man. You're absolutely nailed it. Like, you got to have the toys and the cartoon tie-in, right? So you just sell the shit out of it.
This is how the ball gets started rolling. But the original toys, which you've really got to go online to find pictures of unless you're lucky enough to have one, because they're not common, actually look more like the drawings from the comics than they do like the characters from the cartoon, because they were developing everything all at once in this gigantic sort of creative stew pot, and the character appearances for the cartoon hadn't finished getting developed yet. And they didn't know what they were going to look like. So there's this really small batch of early toys that actually look like they're comic book action figures, but they're supposed to be based on the cartoon. And, of course, it turns into a huge phenomenon. The TV show started off with an experimental 5-part miniseries they ran during December of 1987. It did so well right off the bat that Viacom, which was the TV network carrying the Turtles, was like, yeah, we want more of this. Start doing more immediately. Season 2, you're good. Here's money, blah, blah, blah.
And I'll say that first 5-parter of the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated cartoon is probably the best elements of that whole cartoon. The cartoon doesn't stand up super well, in my opinion, like how I think this movie does. Yeah. But those first 5 were pretty good, pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, the cartoon's got this really special place in a lot of people's hearts, which is understandable. My brother was an even bigger fan. He was like the opposite from me in the sense that he didn't care at all about the comics, but he was obsessed with the cartoon. To this day, he's in his late 30s. He'll tell you how much he still has a huge soft spot for it. But yeah, some of the other media, like this film, for me is more significant. One note I want to make, because this dude always bears mentioning, I fucking love this guy. There's a voice actor named Cam Clark. He was cast to play Leonardo, and eventually also did the voice of Rocksteady in the cartoon. One of the many reasons I love this dude is because he voiced the character Kaneda in a 1989 streamlined dub of the movie Akira. Kaneda! They ended up creating a second English dub for that film in the early 2000s, but if you're going to watch it in English, I really think his voice is the one. But he was also, I'm not going to go through the whole resume, but he was also Aladdin in the feature film. He's been Liquid Snake in the Metal Gear series video games. He did Daring Dan Dawson in the Tailspin series. He was Deflator Mouse in The Tick. He did several voices on Captain Planet and the Gargoyles. He was in the 2002 to 2003 version of Masters of the Universe. That's Cam Clark. Fucking love the guy. So he's Leonardo on the animated show. And I guess this is where it really starts segueing into the film, getting back to where you started with your question. By 88, 89, the cartoon was huge. The toys were selling in huge numbers. There was a bunch of other merch coming out. And people started realizing that there was something in this. The funny part, to me anyway, is based on the information I've been able to gather, it seems like the people who wanted to get the movie made, by and large, cared way more about the comic than they did about the cartoon. And at the same time, Steve Barron, who was really actually a huge influence in approaching the movie in that way, was apparently also the one who said, if we're going to make this work and it's going to make money and we're going to attract the audience we're looking for, we have to interject elements of the cartoon into the comic and create this new hybrid. And Laird really actually lights up talking about this in the interviews I've seen with him.
Wait. Into the movie?
Yeah, so I guess I'll take a half step back here, and I'll touch on this again in a moment.
I think you may have just misspoke. You said they wanted to take elements of the cartoon and put it into the comic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I did misspeak. They wanted to put them into the movie.
Sorry, I'm just following along on every word. So keep going, please. Keep the train rolling here. Sorry.
And thank you, Josh. I appreciate the sentiment, man. So yeah, Steve Barron, who I'll touch back on in a moment, was really the one driving that. He apparently sat down with the comics at some point after a first draft and kind of went from there. And I'm going to loop back around to that shortly. I wanted to mention the sources in case anyone wants to go looking themselves. It's not a long list, but there's a documentary, a film documentary called Turtle Power: The Definitive History of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's an interview for a website called Under the Radar with Kim Dawson, who was a producer, and Bobby Herbeck, who was a writer. There's an additional interview with Bobby Herbeck for a website called Skewed and Reviewed. And then there's an interview with Bobby Herbeck for TeenageMutantNinjaTurtles.com. And this is the last one, an interview with producer Thomas Gray, writer Bobby Herbeck, and producer Kim Dawson. They did together for Yahoo Entertainment. Those were the main sources I pieced this together from, because there's a lot of story detail in any given one of these interviews that does not appear in the others. It took a lot of bouncing back and forth for me to piece anything together that made sense to me in terms of timeline. In the interview with Under the Radar, film producer Kim Dawson says that he relocated from LA to Orlando in 1988 because he was going to work for Disney as a producer on the Mickey Mouse Club, and that a boss of his, Patrick Davidson, came up with the idea of trying to turn Ninja Turtles into a movie after he saw a poster of the characters. According to that interview, Patrick Davidson took the idea to Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was in charge of Disney at the time, but Katzenberg hated it, according to this story. Just immediate was like, that title is disgusting, I hate it, it's awful, no, I don't even want to hear about it. Kim Dawson says that he spent over a year intermittently discussing the possibility of this movie with other executives at Disney, and it didn't get anywhere. Now, bearing that in mind, in the interview with Skewed and Reviewed, same guy, Kim Dawson, says that during the 80s, he and his producing partner, Gary Proper, had acquired the film and TV rights for some comics and were looking for opportunities to produce material based on those comics. In that same interview, he says that during 87, Gary Proper was in Detroit working on a comedy special for the comedian Gallagher when he discovered the first issue of the Ninja Turtles comic book and immediately began pushing to reach out to Peter Laird and Kevin Eastman at Mirage to try to get them to sell the rights for film adaptation. But at the same time, the film's original screenwriter, Bobby Herbeck, says in his interview with NinjaTurtles.com that the comedian Gallagher was a huge comic book fan, that Gallagher showed the first issue of the comic to Gary proper, and that's what instigated this whole discussion process. Very difficult to keep track of, but those are kind of varying stories about the same group of people who were all definitely involved, but God knows at this point how things really got off rolling. Around the same time, somebody was having the idea for a Ninja Turtles movie. Bobby Harbeck was working on a script for the American branch of a production company called Golden Harvest. If you're a fan of Kung Fu movies, you're going to know Golden Harvest immediately. That was their bread and butter. If you've ever seen really old pre-Hollywood Jackie Chan or Jet Li films like Legend of Drunken Master or Police Story, this is the kind of stuff Golden Harvest was making. All Kung Fu movies. They were a very profitable company. They had a sound stages and a lot of their own in Hong Kong. So Bobby Harbeck is working on a script, a martial arts movie script for their American branch. And Bobby Harbeck, knew producer Kim Dawson. And at some point, Dawson went to Harbeck, however it came about otherwise. Kim Dawson went to Bobby Harbeck and said, I'm trying to get a movie made out of these Ninja Turtles characters. And I figure it'd be the exact right kind of movie for a martial arts studio to produce because it's built around martial arts. Will you help me try to pitch this idea? And Harbeck liked it. So he took it to his boss at American Golden Harvest, who's a guy named Thomas Gray, a producer. And Thomas Gray apparently had the same reaction Katzenberg did. All he heard was the title and was like, I despise it. I don't even want to hear anything about it. Go write the script I'm fucking paying you for. I don't want to hear about Ninja Turtles.
What a prick.
Right? So Bobby Harbeck, the writer, tries drumming up interest elsewhere, but gets basically the same reaction all over. This is the most consistent element of the story. Is it doesn't matter which person you're talking about, what role they played, or what part of the timeline they fit into. Nobody wanted to make a Ninja Turtles movie. When you think about how successful it ended up being afterward and what a franchise it turned into, and the toys and comics and cartoon were already popular, every single other person in Hollywood was like, screw you, get out of my office. I don't even want to hear this idea.
And the success of this movie was kind of already guaranteed at this point, in my opinion, because Turtle Mania was hot, man.
It was. Apparently, from what I've heard pretty consistently, one of the big reasons they were concerned. Well, okay, so you've got that. You've also got Batman, which came out in 89, which was successful, but He-Man had come out, and it was a gigantic flop. Nobody liked it. I loved it. I fucking loved it. But
you're a sick man.
Right? I mean, I was a little kid, man. I was all about He-Man. Also, I got to see Frank Langella's actual mask at one point, which was incredible.
Can you help me understand a little bit? Is it because like everyone was afraid to basically put their names behind these crazy, possibly super corny characters that are teenage or something? Is that like the vibe I'm getting with all that?
I think it was a big part of it, but at the same time also like He-Man had come out and had been a huge flop, and this is actually ties into a very similar conversation about where we've ended up with comic book movies.
When you say He-Man, you're referring to Masters of the Universe, the movie.
Yeah. Superman and Batman, in fact, not even, forget Batman, because Batman didn't come out till 89 while these conversations were already happening. Superman was literally the only comic book character that anyone had ever successfully turned into a movie at this point in history. There'd never been another good one. There'd never been one that made money. DC had Superman, and then right around the same time, suddenly Batman came into play. But Superman was it. So these guys are all sitting around thinking, we've done this before. It doesn't matter how big the cartoon and the toys are. Nobody wants to see this. The only other even pseudo exception might have been the original animated Transformers movie, but it was an animated production, and it was funded by the toy company. So,
and the idea with this was different, not an animated movie.
Yeah. Apparently they did talk at one point really early on about the potential of trying to go animated. There was also some very minimal conversation about trying to approach it like Roger Rabbit, where the turtle characters would be animated and everyone else would be a person, and they decided not to do it.
I'm going to throw off your groove a little bit here by adding to this, Steve, but did you ever hear about the version that was going to have the 4 turtles as famous comedians like Billy Crystal and I think Bill Murray, and I don't remember who the others were supposed to be, but they were going to be like painted green playing the turtles?
I've sort of heard this mentioned, but I actually did not know they planned on painting them green. That information's new to me.
Green face. Let's call it what it is.
Exactly. Yeah, that was one of the ideas for the early movie, of course, before the script was written and everything. But yeah, there was some kind of wonky ideas out there.
Oh my God, yeah. So, which is also sort of interesting when you think about how there was eventually a fairly popular cartoon based on the Ghostbusters, which, like this, had nothing to do with the movies it was based on. But so anyway, the ball is now in screenwriter Bobby Harbeck's court, and he's trying to drum up interest, but no one wants to listen to him. And this is another area where, like, both Thomas Gray and Bobby Harbeck have told 3 different versions of the story. But there's a version where Bobby Harbeck asks Thomas Gray to go to a dinner with Kim Dawson. There's a version of this story where Bobby Harbeck asks Thomas Gray to go to a lunch with Kim Dawson. There's a version of this story where the 3 of them have lunch together. But apparently Harbeck gets Thomas Gray to go have a meal-based meeting of some kind with Thomas Gray, with Kim Dawson, excuse me. And Gray spends the entire meal thinking, I'm still not interested in this. I don't want to do it. I don't know why I showed up for this meeting. And then he sees a copy of the comic book. And he immediately realizes that in an alternate universe where this is actually the way it ended up happening, that he could just put 4 guys in green rubber suits and film the movie on Golden Harvest's sound stages in Hong Kong, film the whole thing for $3 million, and it'll be a kung fu movie about turtles. And that was actually what sold Gray on the idea of trying to adapt it, was that idea. So Thomas Gray, the producer, gets on the phone with Raymond Chow. There's a whole nother biography there I'm not going to go on to. Look him up. It's too much to talk about. But Raymond Chow was basically the president and CEO of Golden Harvests at their headquarters in Hong Kong. Thomas Gray calls him up, says, look, I found out about these turtle characters. I think we can put some of our existing stunt guys into rubber suits, film the entire thing on our sound stages in Hong Kong. It'll cost $2.5 or $3 million, and we'll make money on it, marketing it on home video to some weirdos. And yeah, right. And Raymond Chow was like, yeah, fine, we can do that, make it. So that's how the ball gets started. So they start this pre-production process based on that being the idea. And Bobby Harbeck ends up going to Massachusetts to meet with Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird in the hopes that he can write the script with them and get a lot of input. The way he describes that part of the process, the way Bobby Harbeck describes that part of the process, he went and he lived with Eastman and Laird for like weeks or months and developed a version of the script with them that he claims they liked at the point that he parted ways with them to move on to the next stage. But Kevin Eastman, and Harbeck actually admits this in one of the interviews, Kevin Eastman in the documentary even says it, he thought Harbeck was a Hollywood dude who did not understand the characters, didn't get what he was doing. The way Eastman talks about it, he never liked anything that Bobby Harbeck wrote, like at all. So I don't know why Harbeck would have left Massachusetts feeling like he locked in this script. But Harbeck then apparently goes to England and meets with Steve Barron, who by this time had already become involved. The producer, Thomas Gray, had found him. Barron had a history of directing music videos. And to his credit, the guy has done almost nothing else within the world of feature films. But the dude's resume as a music video director is insane. I'm not going to go over the whole thing, but he did Billie Jean with Michael Jackson. He did Summer of '69 with Bryan Adams. He did an incredibly popular video called Money for the song called Money for Nothing with Dire Straits. It's got these crazy CG characters in it.
Chicks for Free?
Yes, exactly. He did a really well-known video, Electric Avenue, with the singer Eddie Grant. He did Don't You Want Me with the Human League, Africa with Toto, and Take On Me with a-ha, which is one of the most famous music videos of all time. People who have no idea what either the song or the band are know that video.
Yeah. He also later went on to direct feature Big Dumb Movie episode Coneheads.
That's, I was going to mention that. Yeah, that's just like his one other big one, which is pretty amazing. So Thomas Gray really liked Barron's visual style and figured he'd be the right kind of person to adapt something like a comic and brought him in to direct. And Bobby Harbeck says that he went from living with Eastman and Laird and writing this first draft of the screenplay to England to work with Steve Barron. But Steve Barron then tells basically the same story that Eastman and Laird tell, which is basically to say that he looked at the script Bobby Harbeck had written and was like, I don't like anything about this. I don't want to make this movie. And it was Barron who then collected comic books, some of the comics from the TMNT series, went back to Eastman and Laird himself and said, I agree with you guys. This script is unproducible the way that it is. We don't need anything that Harbeck wrote. We can just basically adapt the comic books. And he pointed out some very specific panels from the comics, including a rooftop fight between the Turtles and some bad guys, and Shredder getting tossed into a garbage truck, and some other things he wanted to just translate directly. Barron really felt like they could use the comics as storyboards and just translate them. But then going back to where we started with you, Josh, a few minutes ago, it was also his idea to then start interjecting elements of the comic book into the movie. So they started changing a few things around. Like, it was during this period that Barron, I think it was Barron or somebody, Eastman and Laird, who decided to give the Turtles different colored bandanas. In the comic book, the original comics, they were all red. Well, when they got to color, they were all red. They were not originally different colors, and they started freaking out. People wouldn't be able to tell which character was which, because if you look at the old black and white comics, really the only way to tell is which weapon they're holding. It was also Barron's idea, apparently, to make April a reporter in the film. She's not a reporter in the original comic. She's a lab assistant.
She is in the cartoon, though.
She is also in the cartoon, yeah. So that's the thing. He interjected that from the cartoon to the movie, instead of having her be a lab assistant like she had been in the comics.
I hate to interject, but I wish there was like a scene in this movie where for some reason they all four had like red.
Yeah, me too.
Like maybe when Raph was like hurt, just as like a throwback to that. Because I've always like, even since I was a kid, been intrigued by that detail that they're all originally red. I don't know why.
No, I agree with you 100%. I always thought there was a missed opportunity there to include a scene right after April first meets them where she says something like, I can't tell you guys apart, and it could be her idea to give them the different colored bandanas.
That's even better.
Right? I mean, something like, doesn't have to be that, but yeah, I agree. So while this is all happening, Thomas Gray...
All turtles look the same to you, Steve.
Right? I know, I'm really... Racist isn't even the right word there. What do you use? Like turtle-phobic? Like
Speciesist.
Yeah, speciesist. All you turtles look the same. So while the writing process is getting underway to one degree or another, producer Thomas Gray finds a writer named Todd Langen, who at that moment was writing for The Wonder Years, the TV series The Wonder Years, but he did a lot of other work as well. Langen was a real interesting dude, had a master's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of Michigan. He was 30 years old and working on the space shuttle program for Hughes Aircraft Research. And at some point while he was doing that, he's like, you know what? What I really want to do is write movies and TV shows. So he quits working on the space program, becomes a writer, starts getting work, ends up as a staff writer on The Wonder Years. That's where Thomas Gray finds him. Gray really liked the stuff he'd been writing. He also felt like Langen knew how to cue into a younger audience because he was writing adolescent characters for The Wonder Years. So he brings Langen in. Langen starts talking to Steve Barron and Eastman and Laird. He likes the direction it's going with the inspiration from the comics and interjecting bits of the cartoon. And Langen starts writing pretty much an entirely new script. That became the script they ended up using for the film. There may have been some little edits or revisions during shooting, but what Langen wrote basically is what they got filmed. Funny little side note, when they rushed into production for the second one, they had Langen come back and write the first draft for that as well. But Barron was trying to find a really fine balance with the way the story would go. He didn't really want there to be blood, but he did want the story to be dark and gritty. Batman came out while they were still in production, so that became a very big source of inspiration for Barron because he felt like it encapsulated just enough of the right dark grittiness that he was looking for without really being too violent. They start talking about what the suit designs are going to be like. This is where Jim Henson's shop gets involved. We'll try to stream through this, but Jim Henson, super famous dude, sadly passed away not long after this film came out. Started his career in '69 on the first season of Sesame Street. Went on to produce the original Muppet Show. He did the puppets for Fraggle Rock. He did his own shows, The Storyteller and The Jim Henson Hour. And at the point they were in pre-production for the Turtles, he had pretty recently done The Dark Crystal and Labyrinth. Steve Barron had directed episodes of some of Jim Henson's TV shows. He'd also directed some David Bowie music videos that tied into the movie Labyrinth because Bowie was in the film. So Barron and Henson knew each other, and Steve Barron went to Thomas Gray and said, I want to get Jim Henson's Creature Shop to do the suits for this. Gray's immediate response was, this was supposed to be a $3 million movie with dudes in rubber suits. We cannot afford Jim Henson. And Steve Barron convinced Gray to let him go have a conversation with Henson to see what he could work out, which happened. Barron showed Henson some of the panels from TNT Comics. Henson immediately did not like them. He thought they were too violent. He didn't like the idea of doing that kind of material. Didn't really want to be involved in the movie. He was genuinely apparently concerned that doing the film would back up his legacy. Some of this has been backed up over the years by his son, Brian, who worked with him. Barron eventually convinced Henson to get involved, partly by promising that they were going to infuse the movie with bits from the cartoon and that the real violent, bloody parts were going to get trimmed. According to Brian Henson, his father accepted the project sort of tentatively and remained concerned about it the whole time, and then at one point became concerned that the movie was going to run out of money before it got completed. But Barron had his own requirements to the suits, which sounded insane but ended up being better. He did not want there to be any wires going to the suits. He didn't want to have to worry about positioning the cameras or the actors or arranging scenes in such a way that had to accommodate wiring going to the suits. So he's like, the suits can't have any wires going to them. He also apparently at one point told Jim Henson that the martial artists wearing the suits for the fight scenes needed to be able to do a front flip into a manhole while they had the suit on, which is a pretty crazy thing to ask for. Right?
That's hype,
right?
dude.
But it's around the time they're really talking about the suit production that Thomas Gray begins realizing this is not going to be a $3 million film. Jim Henson stated that he had to invent new things on almost every project in order to get the puppets work, but at one point said that he had to invent something like 8 or 9 new things to get the suits for this to work. The faces were completely animatronic. A lot of the other motions were too. Everything had to be controlled by remote because they couldn't have wires. So they're now integrating radio frequency receivers and small motors into faces and other areas. The suits ended up needing so many electronic items. We talked about this a bit when we did the second film, that they had to start packing stuff into the shell, which is actually an incredibly clever idea. Otherwise, it would have been this huge hollow shell. So make it be the house for a lot of the receivers and stuff you need to drive the rest of the costume. But Thomas Gray is looking at all this going, there's no fucking way we're making this for $3 million. And it started to become obvious they weren't going to be able to film it on Golden Harvest sound stages in Carolina, or certainly in Hong Kong. So they ended up in Carolina, which ended up causing its own problems I'll get back to. Gray starts shopping the movie around, believing that if he can get a big enough distribution deal, that the cash from the distribution deal can make up the difference between the $3 million he's getting from Golden Harvest and the now $7 to $8 million he thinks he's going to need to make the movie. I guess it's worth popping in the quick asterisk side note in case you're not real familiar with the film industry. Just because a studio is paying to make the movie doesn't mean that studio is going to take on the responsibility of getting the movie into theaters. That's called distribution. Really big studios have their own distribution arms. Small studios like Golden Harvest do not. They needed another studio to do the distribution for them. So he starts going around trying to find a studio to do the distribution, hoping to get the cash from them. Can't find anyone. Same story as always. No one wants this movie. It's amazing it's even getting filmed at this point. No one wants to distribute it. And by happenstance, Thomas Gray ends up having a conversation with Robert Shea, who usually goes by Bob.
Bob Shea.
Bob Shea.
New Line Cinema.
Yeah, the head of New Line Cinema. He'd founded New Line in 1967. They'd originally been a supplier of foreign and art films to college campuses. One of the company's earliest real successes was distributing the 1936 anti-cannabis propaganda film Reefer Madness, which became a huge hit on American college campuses during the early 70s. In 1983, the company that had originally distributed the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre lost its rights. Bob Shea saw an opportunity. He bought up the rights to the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre and had it re-released to theaters. It made enough money, it actually helped keep the studio alive. During the early 80s, he was busting his ass to expand the studio. They produced a John Waters film called Polyester, which I love mentioning this. Polyester introduced a novelty experience called Odorama, which is exactly what you probably are guessing. You had scratch cards. You could scratch and sniff them. Audience went into the theater with them, and at certain cued moments during the movie, you were supposed to scratch the card and sniff it. There was a huge Laserdisc release of Polyester that actually came with the card in it, which I think is hilarious. John Waters is a hilarious human being. So New Line distributes that, makes some money doing it. Then the studio buys the original Nightmare on Elm Street. And that's its own separate story I won't go into, but it kickstarts, I mean, like on a whole nother level, kickstarts everything. The original Nightmare on Elm Street did exceptionally well, turned into a franchise so huge that New Line for a while in the 80s and 90s was being referred to as the house that Freddy built. The third film in the Nightmare series was released in 87 while the Turtles were in production. Opens at number 1, grosses about $9 million over opening weekend, which was a huge amount of money for a movie like that at that point in time. It was actually a record for an independently produced movie. New Line ends up breaking that record a second time in 1990 with this movie when it grosses $135 million. Just shows you the steps we're taking upward. So Thomas Gray goes to Bob Shea, the head of New Line, says, I've got this movie. It's turning into something big. I really think it's going to be special. I've got $3 million from Golden Harvest. I need another 6 to get it made. And Bob Shea laughs in his face. And Shea says, I'm not going to give you $6 million for a Turtles movie. I will give you a few $1 million less than that. I know you've got nowhere else to go. Fucking take it or leave it. And Thomas Gray took it. And then Thomas Gray gets on the phone with Raymond Chow, the ultimate head of Golden Harvest, and he says, look, I've got the original $3 million from you. I've got a few million more from New Line, which I've just signed a distribution deal with. I'm still short. I need another couple $1 million. And Raymond Chow's response is, we don't have it. The studio does not have it. That money's not there. And Raymond Chow apparently at one point during this conversation tells Gray, just forget the whole thing. Shut it down before you waste any more of these people's money. We'll try to pay everyone back whatever's still there, and that'll be it. And Thomas Gray says, look, I'm sure this is going to be huge. We will definitely make back more than what Golden Harvest is spending in the first week. And he manages to convince Chow, and Chow then finds other investors in other places who will throw money into the pot so they can make the movie.
So that's how they got the rest.
So that's how they got the rest, and from there they go into production. There's really not a whole. Thank God, I know the audience is praying at the altar of some kind of god that I'm almost done talking. But they end up filming the movie at some studios in North Carolina, and a couple real quick notes, trivia notes. They had a bunch of problems with the animatronics and the turtle suits while they were trying to film, and part of it was because they were filming on stages near an airport, and apparently radio frequency from the airport kept triggering the facial movements in the turtles. So they'd have moments where they would just have to wait for that to go away. Heat and humidity were apparently an issue. The suits were also crazy heavy, and the actors got very hot. And there were apparently multiple moments while they were shooting where one of the actors was like, if you don't get me out of this suit right now, I'm just going to tear it off myself. They had to build special air-conditioned bubbles that the actors could stand in when they really couldn't get the suit off. They were able to pull the turtle head off of their own head, but there was hidden wiring that went through the neck into the turtle shell for the animatronics. So somebody else always had to be next to them to hold the turtle head in order for them to be able to take it off. It was really apparently a hell of a process shooting this, yeah.
It was difficult for these stunt performers. And I want to correct something that we said on The Secret of the...
They had a turtle head poking out.
I want to correct something that we said on The Secret of the Ooze podcast, which is Judith Hoag was not in the second movie. She plays April O'Neil in this movie. She was replaced by Paige Turco in Secret of the Ooze. And I think, Steve, it was either you or I that said like she was difficult with the stunt performers. But I looked into it a little bit more, and it seems that the stunt performers had a difficult time, as you described, and she was kind of raising hell advocating for them.
Oh, interesting.
So she was like, these long shooting hours for them isn't right. look at them, they're fucking suffering here.
Right.
And she was kind of, just making the production a little bit difficult by being like the loud voice in the room on the topic. Also, she wasn't a big fan of the violence in the movie, and that's a lesser factor because, as we know, the sequel did not have as much violence, so I'm sure that would not have been as much of a problem.
I ended up finding out while I was doing research about this, because I haven't actually seen it. It wouldn't have mattered. She had a cameo in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows from 2016.
I remember that. Yeah, she meets Megan Fox.
But they cut it from the film, so you must have seen it in bonus material.
I must have, yeah.
Yeah.
Or on YouTube or something.
Yeah. Yeah, so I did not realize she'd ever come back for any of it. They got her. The cast is her. There's Elias Koteas playing Casey Jones.
Koteas.
He was also in The Prophecy, David Cronenberg's movie Crash, Gattaca, Apt Pupil, Thin Red Line, Collateral Damage, Zodiac, a whole bunch of other movies. Also Harold and Kumar's Christmas, which I think is pretty funny. The actor who played Shredder, whose real name is Oroku Saki, was James Saito. James Saito is of Japanese heritage, grew up in the United States as a fluent English speaker. Apparently they did not like his voice, so they had an actor named David McCarran, something like that, dub him. So you don't actually hear James Saito's voice in the movie. But Tatsu, Shredder's right-hand man, played by an actor we discussed a lot for the sequel, so I'll only touch on him very briefly now. His name is Toshishiro Obata. He's a very famous martial artist. His family, documented, were samurais and feudal lords in ancient Japan. He's carried on that tradition. He's a very real martial artist, a headmaster of a school. But at the time they filmed this movie, he spoke so little English, they had to dub his voice because he didn't speak enough English to really be able to deliver all the lines. He was dubbed over by an actor named Michael McConaughey. I don't really know how to say that properly. McConaughey. It's not Matthew McConaughey. It's different. Yeah. Something like that. But he did the dubbing. He's had a real interesting career. I won't touch really on his credits, but he's done a lot of straight-to-video, video games, some anime.
I would just also add that James Avery, better known as Will Smith's dad on Prince of Bel-Air,
Yes.
was the voice actor for Shredder in I think just the cartoon series, right?
Yeah, and he seems like a really nice guy. I saw some interview footage of him talking about having done Shredder's voice, and he'll just immediately jump into doing it. Seems to be real happy about it. Yeah.
Josh made the same error on Secret of the Use. He's Uncle Phil, not Father Phil.
Father figure Phil.
Yeah, he's essentially the dad figure. You're right.
The only other actor I really feel like, in terms of people you see rather than being the people in the suit, that I thought might be worth mentioning, Michael Turney, the actor who played Danny, the young kid, didn't do almost any other work as an actor, but he is a bit of an indie writer and director. He's had some short films that have won awards at film festivals in New Jersey and Australia, and he's currently working on an indie horror film called I Know Where You Live.
How dare you? It's just Dan now.
I'm sorry.
It's not Danny, okay?
It's just damn grown. I'm all grown up now. Yeah, God, yeah. So, I mean, that's really the bulk of it. I've got like 6 pages worth of notes about this. I'm not going to read all of that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Steve, for giving us that bit of history. There is so much more history to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I know you had to hold back. I can see you restraining yourself.
I'm trying.
I can witness it real time. And I also, have a little bit of details, and some of these will come up naturally as we talk about the movie, which we're going to do now. Brother Josh, why don't you take us into the opening of the 1990 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? This opening, just seeing these first frames, still gives me goosebumps sometimes.
Oh, buddy. Get a great voiceover from April O'Neil. And the visuals we're seeing is this new criminal enterprise that's taking over the city. And I have a few things to say about that. But Kylo, are there any like actual visuals that you're talking about to queue up? Because I had more like story-based stuff, but like
the fucking music, dude. When I hear the music from this movie, I get goddamn hyped, my friend. So like just that like beginning music, the establishing shots of New York, the colorful font when they're, the green, when they're doing the intro credits, all that stuff, dude. It's like I'm getting back in the zone. Because you guys, I watched this movie a fucking lot on VHS when I was a kid.
yes, the music is much hype for sure. And a couple of the things that I really love that we learn early on, because I think the script is actually pretty tight and the movie is just like 90 minutes exactly, basically. And so I do think there are parts of this movie, maybe some splinter monologues aside, but there are parts of this movie where they're packing a lot of storytelling into like very little time. So there's a criminal enterprise, there's a lot of like young kids and young adults that make up the bulk of it. But what I really like is that we see Shredder here early on, and he's not the kind of CEO that's like aloof and not involved in the day-to-day, right? He gets his hands dirty. So
What do you mean?
we see a pickpocket occur, and then we see the wallet that's been stolen pass to many people, and the final recipient of the wallet given to him by Danny himself is Shredder.
That's interesting.
Yeah, why is he out on the street making these
So,
collections?
Here's a couple things about this opening that I think. First of all, the crime is so organized that's happening that it's almost too organized. You know what I mean? Like, to pick a wallet, like the amount of steps they had to do and probably rehearse. Like, I'm going to meet you here. I'm going to hand it off. I'm going to put it behind my back.
You don't need 20 guys to take a wallet. You need one guy. It's very inefficient, Kylo.
Now, when it comes to, you know, stealing all the electronics out of the back of a truck, that I kind of get, you know, a little bit of coordination, but it is funny to see how much effort they put into picking the pocket of some businessman just to steal his wallet.
No, you just need Dom and Letty and the other 3 people from the original Fast and the Furious, and you steal all the TVs off the back of trucks you want.
The ultimate high screw.
Right?
Yeah. They would have been part of the Foot Clan.
This occurred to me last night. They should have had the scene in the movie, but if you think about it, it definitely occurs off screen. Shredder takes these wallets, and he's actually the guy back there that's separating the coins from the cash, from the mints, from the birth control pills, from the purses. Like, he's digging through it and separating the items for the Foot Clan.
He's doing inventory, Shredder.
Yeah, by hand.
Here's the thing about the hand, Josh. I was certain that was Shredder's hand when I was a kid. I was. Watching it, like, when I was a little bit older.
What do you do? What?
I don't think it's Shredder's hand. I think it's just a Foot Clan member.
No.
Because it doesn't have the spikes. Shredder has like 4-inch spikes coming off of his knuckles. It just has a little bit of armor padding. So it might not be Shredder.
I'm devastated.
Right? So am I. I'm with you, Josh.
Shredder's out there in full costume in the streets of New York in broad daylight.
Right, that's why it always seemed weird to me. I'm like, why would he be walking around like the whole point's to stay hidden?
People are like taking pictures with him. They think he's a New York like Times Square street performer.
You know what? I mean, if he came out here and stood in front of the Chinese, people absolutely would just accept that.
Even more alarming is the baffling and often bizarre nature of these crimes. Merchandise of every size and description, from skateboards to stereo systems, has been disappearing from store shelves and storage areas at an alarming rate. Even the victims themselves rarely catch a glimpse of the thieves. Many don't even know they've been victimized until it's too late. In fact, police have yet to come up with a single eyewitness. Only a few vague reports of young boys or teenagers at the scenes have been filed. But whoever is behind these crimes, one thing is certain. These are much more than just a series of random, isolated incidents.
Well, part of the story here, too, and we made fun of this on the Spoilers podcast of TMNT, is that April reports that there have been no eyewitnesses to any crimes yet. And it was just kind of ridiculous because everything's just taking place in broad daylight in like a major New York City street. And forthcoming here in the plot, April stumbles upon like a huge burglary happening. So are we to assume that she is the first eyewitness of the Foot Clan committing a crime?
Doesn't she say that some people have identified seeing like teenagers at the scenes? I think there's one little nugget there.
Yeah, but she does also say there's no eyewitnesses other than, you know, seeing some teenagers like around the area around the time. So like no direct connection. You're right, Josh. And April, you know, we see her with her yellow raincoat. I think there were some kids back in the day that were like, April needs to be wearing yellow all the fucking time. You know, that was like one of those things that like kids latched onto from the cartoon.
Yeah.
She has the jumpsuit.
A little fetishy of those kids, I might add.
I think so. But you know what? I like the touch that they just give her the raincoat at the beginning and that's it. Like we don't need wearing yellow all the time might be a little much, right?
It looks great. I mean, you know, early 90s, I can imagine somebody wearing that color all the time. But yeah, the costume looks great. I didn't really need it for more than that one moment. It's kind of the problem with cartoons, right? They're always wearing the exact same thing all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she's out there, Josh, she, like you said, witnesses a robbery. It looks like some teenagers are stealing stuff out of one of the news vans. And among them, Steve, is Sam Rockwell himself.
Sam Rockwell, and I can't remember if he's in that scene, but a very young Scott Wolf is also one of the Foot Clan you occasionally see milling around.
Who's Scott Wolf? Scott
Wolf played one of the brothers on Party of Five. He's in the movie Go. I'm struggling to think of much else people would recognize him from. If people Google him and find his picture, I'd bet you recognize him from something.
One of the things that's interesting to me is like a lot of us learned later in life, right, that Sam Rockwell was in this movie. Like,
selling
you know,
cigarettes.
A lot of people learned that like in their 20s or whatever. But what I learned just this week is that Skeet Ulrich is in this movie, and he's one of like Sam Rockwell's like older teenage buddies. He doesn't speak in the movie at all.
Yeah.
But Skeet Ulrich from Scream and The Craft, both movies we've done podcasts on.
Robert Ben Garant, who played Deputy Junior on Reno 911, and Michael Ian Black, the comedian, both were hired to work on the promotional campaign for a live musical show that was invented to tie into this. People in turtle costumes would put on huge concerts. The two of them would do promotion, and they got sent all over the country in turtle costumes to promote the musical performance before anyone knew who either of them was.
Yeah, the Coming Out of Our Shells tour.
Yeah, exactly. And at one point, apparently, the two of them got sent to Juarez, Mexico to promote a show that was taking place in Texas and got mobbed by like 3,000 kids. They got trapped on the roof of a building. I think that's hilarious.
Can I just say, though, Kylo, there are some other bit actors we see throughout TMNT, like the series, like if you go all the way through them, but like Sam Rockwell sticks out to me because like actually the scenes he's in, he instantly brings the quality up. He's really good at this.
He's a good actor.
The regular Menthol's line is one of the most quotable lines, and he's just practically an extra in this movie, right?
Yeah, he's just like one step above.
Yeah, this line that we see, his first line is actually bad timing. And that's like kind of ominous and well delivered too. I feel like the camera likes lingering on his face when it can.
Well, he looks like real grubby, right? He's like wearing a dirty wife beater. Like I feel like it's a white wife beater, but it's like stained dirty.
He's a greaser.
And then on top of it, he's got like a leather jacket, and his hair is always wet.
He's like Aaron Rodgers.
Always wet, bro.
The fawns of the group.
So we got this scene, Steve, where April is kind of like jumped by these hooligans, but what happens? It's a little mysterious here, right?
It's a little mysterious. All of a sudden, while she's getting jumped, the light bulbs lighting the fixtures nearby get knocked out, and it suddenly goes very dark. And then it seems like there's an even bigger tussle happening, and you hear some additional people involved, and there's a fight going on, and all the bad guys are getting tied up.
Bad timing.
You're telling me?
Get a purse. Hey, get a purse!
Get away from me! What do you think I'm doing?
Julie! Let out the screaming, lady! I got her watch!
Whoa!
Yeah, the lights like come back on. It's like the police car lights then light up the scene.
Yeah.
And all the bad guys are tied up, and we see the mysterious like eyes of Raphael looking up from up in the sewer. Now, we as kids, when we were watching this, we knew what the fuck was going down.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, especially when you see that sigh hit the bulb. It's like, oh shit.
It's your first little peek where you see them looking at their handiwork out from under the manhole cover as they disappear back to the sewers. And then that's a great note, especially from you, because Raph had thrown acai to knock out one of the light bulbs, and you notice as the turtles are slinking away that acai got left. He does not have it with him.
Devastating.
Ted, give John a hand. Don't fight it. Come on, let's get him in the car.
This is a different kind of movie, at least it was for me as a kid, because he looks at it and he whispers to himself, damn. And I'm like, holy shit. This is not your fucking mama's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, bitch.
No. And like my brother had been a huge, huge fan of the cartoon. And in 90, when this came out, he was 4. And we'd seen a trailer. I can't remember what we were seeing, but we'd seen a trailer for the movie like 6 months before it came out in the movie theater. And my brother almost went spastic. Like, I've never seen him react like that to anything else in my life. I thought my mom was like, you need to go to a hospital. And he got so excited. We went and saw the movie. And I think my mom had a moment. She didn't mind it too much. She didn't take us out of the theater or anything. But I think my mom had a moment where like, whoa, I thought this was that cartoon. Like, I don't know this is really the same.
Well, the marketing hyped this movie as being like, this is going to be superior to the cartoon.
Right.
Like, the tagline of the movie on the poster is, hey, dude, this is no cartoon. And no is underlined.
Whoa. No is underlined and bold. I think there's excellent cinematography in here too, in this stupid kids movie that's cost so little. I'm sorry, maybe it looks a little bit like it has a string attached to it. Some people claim. I don't care. The sai hitting the light is amazing looking.
Yeah.
It's effective. And the shot of Raph pushing up the sewer grate with top of his head looking out is so cinematic. It just fits into the frame so perfectly. Maybe I'm getting corny and like overblowing it, but I think that's like really good stuff.
No, I think you are not overblowing it at all, because there's like such care in the filmmaking of this movie. And it's kind of hard to explain that to someone when you say, have you seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? And they say no.
The original,
and you
man.
say, well, it's actually a really good movie. It's a kind of hard sell, because like these fucking movie studios, people hear the name and they're like, oh, that cartoon thing.
Yeah, they eat the pizza, right?
Yeah, they eat the fucking pizza. But this intro is so great to the Turtles because Raph is mysteriously hidden. We don't really see him. And then we want to see them, and we kind of see their shadows in the sewer, which is also amazing cinematography. And then we get this big reveal when they jump out from the side. Josh, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And we get that title, and then we see them proper in frame. And they look amazing.
And it's so joyful because they're just... It's like they're a football team that just won the game, and they're in the locker room like celebrating, right? We just kicked the crap out of those guys. Bodacious. I don't know. It's just something I feel like a lot of people can relate to, and they're just teenagers, man. It's like they're mysterious and dark, but then it like flips the switch, and there's like super joyful moment.
Yep.
But then you kind of see Raph slinking off in the background, and he's like, that side is on his mind, bro.
I need it. Oh, baby.
Oh, man.
All right. This evening, bros. Woo. Give me 3. You got it. We were great. Damn.
I love the tone balancing of this movie between like the fun kid energy, which is like fun for all ages, and like the darkness of this movie. And I'm going to get into that, more later in the movie, but I really do like that element. This is not like, it's not just Secret of the Ooze where it's kind of just like fun, happy time energy all throughout. There's a little bit of angst in this movie, and I appreciate that.
Almost all from Raph, I might add. And I feel like, I don't know, that's kind of cool. I don't get how someone like Pappy from Spoilers can watch this movie and act like he can't tell the turtles apart. At least Raphael, the one who's like super moody and kind of like driving a lot of the plot line. Like,
my experience with Pappy is that he is Raphael.
yeah, man. Maybe that's it. He's all wrapped up in himself. He can't see the bigger picture, you know?
He lost the sigh, but he can get it back, you know?
He chooses to face the anger alone, which separates him from his podcast brothers.
Can we stop first for a second to ask the question, where did they get the weapons?
They got to be so rare to get weapons in the sewer, right? Like,
Right.
That's what I always thought of when a kid. Like, these are irreplaceable.
An abandoned rat finds a bunch of baby turtles playing in a combination of sewage and toxic waste, and somehow along the way they found a katana, nunchucks, sais, and a bow.
Yep.
Like, all right, whatever, I'm gonna let it go. But
They definitely stole those from somewhere.
right, it's like the only authentic martial arts weapon shop in New York City they found.
You know, those weren't in that little fucking glass case they were in, you know? No way. When they were babies. So there's this like old internet video where someone explains this more coherently than I'll be able to. But the idea is that the weapons are perfect for the turtles themselves, right? So again, I'm not going to be able to explain this as well, but you got Donatello, the intellect guy, the guy that is more in tune with technology. So what do they give him? The most basic weapon.
A fucking stick.
So he has to like master basically a stick, which is a bow staff. And then you have Leonardo.
Leonardo, right, in the show, we see that he's super compassionate and super caring. Like, he wants to avoid killing at all costs. But the reason he's given katanas is because he has to learn that he has to kill sometimes in order to protect people.
And then Mikey's kind of like outrageous, and he's the party dude. And he has like the weapon that requires the most discipline. Like, in order to use the nunchuck successfully, you have to be, very focused.
Yeah.
So he has to calm his shit down in order to use them. And then Raphael, right? Raphael has the sai. He has to get like up close and personal. I don't remember Raphael's thing with the sai. I'm going to be honest.
What? You were leading to that. What the hell?
But he loses one, okay? Maybe I'll find the clip and I'll put in that guy's explanation.
Then there's Raphael, and he's the one with the crazy temper. Like, he always wants to be killing people, but he's given sais, which are actually a defensive weapon that are not meant for killing, to teach him that he has to have patience sometimes.
So, guys, we meet the Turtles, and Major League Butt Kicking is back in town officially.
They go directly back to their lair with Splinter, and they actually say that it was their first real fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're just kind of getting started here in New York, and it just so happens to be when the Foot Clan is really taking off.
We have had our first battle, Master Splinter. They were many, but we kicked. We fought well.
Were you seen? In this, you must never lapse. Even those who would be our allies would not understand. Our domain is the shadow. Stray from it reluctantly, for when you do, you must strike hard and fade away without a trace.
I lost the side,
Then it is gone.
but I can get it back. I can get it back.
Raphael, let it go. Hey.
They're supposed to live, this is not very clear, it actually took me years after childhood to understand what was going on. They're supposed to live in a disused pumping station. The subway and sewer systems in New York can get flooded during storms, so they've got these pumping stations that are designed to help collect really large amounts of water in the event of flooding and move it back out to one of the rivers. But they've been doing this for so long in New York, there are actually huge underground utility lines full of wiring and pumping stations and even subway tunnels they don't use anymore. And they're supposed to live in a pumping station that isn't being used anymore. And now I've forgotten the man's name, but the guy who did the set designs did these incredibly detailed drawings. They're amazing to see in the documentary footage. And they actually pumped real water through part of the set to make it seem more real.
It looks so gross how they're traipsing through. Honestly.
I really like these sets in this movie.
Yeah, me too.
You know, the Turtles lair down here is really cool. There's just like kind of stuff they found, like
Right.
littered about their lair.
And they really, I mean, I love it in this film, but one of my favorite things about the second one is that they double down on that, where there's still a subway car in there with them, and I really love the way that set looks for the second one, too.
The second one's amazing. They get like the upgraded lair
Right?
in the second one. I do like that second movie a lot. We've already talked about it, but here in this movie, they got the OG lair.
Right.
Now we get to see the turtles a little bit, kind of like what they do. You know, they order the pizza. Splinter just wants them to like meditate and focus, but they want to have a dance party. Who can blame them?
Pizza's so good.
You are still young, but one day I will be gone. Use my teachings wisely. I suggest we all meditate now on the events of this evening.
Well, this is like meditating. Hey, Raph, where are you going?
If they would have paid attention here, they could have meditated and ghost forced him earlier. But yeah.
Well, Josh, there's a moment where Splinter is kind of imparting some wisdom to them, and he says, I won't always be around, so I need you guys to be able to take care of yourselves, and that is like interrupted by their shenanigans. But Mikey orders a pizza, and he's down there waiting for it with Donatello, and then the Mikey suit actor in a Domino's costume shows up to deliver it.
I was going to mention that. Wow. Yeah, that's the actor from the Michelin Siste. No, yeah.
It's Michael Sisti.
Yeah, sorry, I misspelled his name for some reason. I thought
Michelin?
that was right. Yeah, I was like, is that Michelin? But I foibled it in my notes. But yeah, Michael Sisti played Michael, was the pizza delivery dude. They all have cameos in the movie. The guy who played Donatello is is the foot messenger who meets April in the subway. The actor who's in the Leo suit plays a gang member in the warehouse during Casey's fight with Tatsu. They all got little bits. Josh Paez, who plays Raphael, is the only one of the suit actors who got to do his own voice. It's actually his voice. And it was his idea to give Raph a really heavy New York accent. He didn't tell anyone he was going to do it. He just started doing it in takes, and they let him keep doing it.
That's classic.
I love the voices in this movie, too.
They're great.
Kylo, we already hit on Raph. He has a huge character trait outside of the red and the Psy that you can follow, right? He's got this inner anger. But I think Michelangelo, too, some like really kind of like hidden cool writing stuff here. Like anytime something serious starts happening here, he's the first one to like deviate or try to distract or just like feign ignorance. Yeah. He's the one ordering the pizza. And I think there's like a deleted scene that I want to talk about a little later. But like Michelangelo's character arc with that deleted scene in it would have been like so much more powerful. But I think it's something to pay attention to a little bit. Like later on at the campfire scene, he's the one that's like got the tears rolling down, right? But here early in the movie, I'm avoiding any sort of like everything's a joke in a party. That's just cool stuff, I think.
I agree. He definitely does not want to confront anything that is like heavy, emotionally speaking.
How you doing?
Hi.
Nice night.
Mm-hmm. Pizza dude's got 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mikey, did you ever think about what Splinter said tonight? I mean, about what it would be like. You know, not having him.
Time's up. $3 off.
But, Donatello even comes up to him and he's like, you ever like really think about the stuff Splinter is saying, like what it would be like if he's not here? And Michelangelo just won't even have that conversation, He's
like, yeah, so the pizza's almost here. So yeah, about Splinter. Yep, he's late. Oh, there he is. Yep, here's the pizza. Like, he will not have it.
It is good. There's a lot of little subtle things in this movie that I quite like. But when he receives the pizza, Josh, for some reason, this line is extremely well remembered and quoted online everywhere. Why is it that this is such a memorable line, do you think?
122, 122 and an 8. 122 and an 8. Terrific. Where the heck is 122 and an 8?
You're standing on it, dude. Just slip it down here. Give me that.
Hey, this is a 10. The tab's 13.
You're 2 minutes late, dude.
Ah, come on. I couldn't find a place.
Wise man say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza.
I gotta get a new route. I thought I delivered everywhere.
I think, first of all, there's a deeper meaning here because this is part of like the extension of Michelangelo, just like his avoidance scheme. He just wants to talk about other stuff, but he's also, this is like probably kind of racist. This is like something Buddha would say.
Sun Tzu.
But he's making it about Pizza Hut, basically.
It's from The Art of Pizza.
That's just kind of funny. You're taking something kind of like deeply religious and making it like corporate. I think that's funny.
It is funny.
The quote that I used to say when I used to deliver pizza is, I need to get a new route. I used to say that shit all the time.
The whole character, in a good way, but the whole character of Michelangelo for the movie is definitely crafted around like adolescent and young adult behavioral and speech norms of that particular period. Like I think they said, it was Barron or somebody said in one of the interviews that Spicoli from Fast Times was one of their influences. It's like, it's just so, if you were between the ages of like 8 and 18 during the late 80s or early 90s, it's almost guaranteed either you or people you knew spoke the way Michelangelo did.
Yeah, and Michelangelo's always like the most teenage.
Mm-hmm.
He uses his headband almost as if it's like long hair, like that character would have.
Yeah, he whips it around.
Yeah. And I guess he'd be Irish. Weird joke. Sorry. Continue along.
Now, Raphael, as we talked about, he's kind of isolated from the group in a way, and he's very upset that he has left his sai at the scene of the crime from earlier. He's only got one now, and that is really fucking bothering him. And he leaves their lair, and he says, I'm going out to a movie. And it makes you think like, oh shit, they go out and they interact with the real world sometimes.
It's pretty ridiculous to think that a trench coat and a hat would be enough to cover him up, but fine, it's fun.
If he had a mustache, would it be all right?
Yeah, I mean, the mustache is what would really sell it.
Yeah.
Maybe you pair those plastic glasses with the nose and the mustache on.
A Groucho Marx?
Ooh. That trench coat and a hat model made for an excellent toy, though. I had that.
It did.
Of Donatello, not Raph, unfortunately.
Yeah, because in the cartoon, they would do the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like, that's how they would go up to the real world. But they did it in broad daylight in the cartoon, which is even more insane. But also, it's a cartoon, so whatever.
What the heck was that?
Looked like sort of a big turtle in a trench coat. You're going to LaGuardia, right?
Is there some sort of commentary on New York City where you're not actually that weird being like a turtle walking around the city?
Right.
Well, I think there is, because the cab driver, which we'll talk about in a sec, you know, he has someone in the back of his cab. They see Raphael run by, and the passenger goes, what the hell was that? And the cab driver says, I think it was a big turtle in a trench coat.
Yeah.
And then he's just like, you're going to LaGuardia Airport, right?
Anyway, my job continues.
This is New York, baby. Forget about it.
And he goes to see a showing of Critters, which I think is funny.
Really, what's funny about that is he says, where do they come up with this stuff? It's like,
right?
bitch, where do they come up with you? Like, what the fuck? Like, you think Critters is insane? You don't like Leonardo DiCaprio? Oh, wait,
Right?
that was Critters 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, whatever.
I hate to recycle a joke, but like, you guys have seen South Park, the movie, right?
Oh, God, yeah.
There's the little part where after they watch the Terrence and Phillip movie, they walk out of it, and Cartman's like, yeah, I love that movie, but the animation was pretty crappy. And then it shows like the four of them just like hopping along in town. It's that same sort of vibe. Like, it's actually pretty meta and like aware of itself for sure.
It is.
Right.
It's a subtle enough joke that I didn't even get it as a kid. I was just like, Critters. Oh, yeah, I remember. That's like a horror movie, right? Yeah, whatever. So a very important scene happens, which I'm going to get us into now, where Raphael walking home on the streets of New York late at night, and he witnesses a purse snatching. Two young thugs, two street toughs, I guess. They steal an old lady's purse. Now, I don't think these guys are Foot Clan necessarily. You know, they're kind of sloppy in the way they do it. They don't like hand this off to 20 guys before Shredder takes it at the end. So these are just two random street toughs. But Raphael very like adeptly stops this crime. Like while they're running, he just like trips them, and then he scares the shit out of them by showing his horrific face. And they look right in his eyes and they see pure horror.
That's a good point, Kylo.
And then he points to his gun essentially on his belt, right? He's like, it's a sigh, but it's like, it's almost like how you would point to like a gun if you had one, like holstered, right? It's like, fuck with me and you will die.
He is the one turtle that could kill you from a distance in that way, though. Now that I think about it, I've always thought that was kind of a joke too. He's pointing to like a smoking gun in his holster, but it's just like a knife. Yeah. But he knows how to throw that, and that's already been established actually in the movie. So,
and these kids, they run away. They do not make out with the purse. They kind of just get out of there, and they're like freaked out. They have like a brief moment where they look at each other and like, what the fuck just happened? And then Casey Jones jumps down from a tree.
What the hell was that?
Well, that was a crime, you purse-scrubbing pukes. And this is the penalty. 2 minutes for slashing, 2 minutes for hooking, and let's not forget my personal favorite, 2 minutes for high stick.
Now, this is definitely one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie. Casey Jones, I like how he was just up there, perched up in a tree, just waiting.
He's one of those TikTokers up in a tree, just pranking people.
Yeah. But Casey Jones, he's this guy that he has this cool, like, hockey-ish mask. It's not exactly a hockey mask, but it's hockey-ish, right? And he is a vigilante, same as the Turtles, but, like, more extreme. Kind of like how his character was always more extreme than the Turtles, like in the cartoon, too. In the cartoon, he's just a straight up lunatic, but like
he's a real lunatic in the comics, absolutely.
But like, I like how they kind of bring that over into this movie. Like he witnessed this crime; it was stopped. He's not there to stop the crime. He's there to punish the perpetrators. He's there to beat the shit out of them with a hockey stick. And who knows how far he would take it? He might kill these guys.
Yeah. I always got slightly more of an impression of that being like, well, I guess it was, but like in the comics, it was more overt, I guess. But I think, and I'll touch on this again when we do ratings, but I think one of the real beautiful elements in this film is that they did a really interestingly nice job of combining the comic with the cartoon. Like there's enough of the comics still in it that you can be like, oh yeah, there's more than that than what you typically would expect in like a kids-oriented film.
Absolutely.
Kylo, our mutual friend Brett, who you'll be hanging out with next weekend, right? We're hanging out all in Indiana. He once pointed out to me that he thought it was weird or hilarious that karma and justice is not actually delivered here by Casey Jones, because the guy that actually snatches the purse, he's the one that Casey Jones just like trips with a hockey stick. The other one that was just like sidling along gets smashed in the middle of the face with said hockey stick. They both get away.
Yeah, one of them gets like clobbered. Yeah. But like Casey Jones is about to high stick him. He's about to high stick both of them. Like they're laying on the ground and he's about to just start bashing.
Yeah. I think he wants to like give them brain bleeds and maybe kill them for sure. That's bad. He's a bad boy.
But, you know, he is a vigilante. He's here to, like, not necessarily stop crime, but punish criminals. And the Turtles, they have a more light-handed approach, right? If they see something like this, as Raphael did, they'll stop it. But Raphael interrupts this scene of Casey Jones beating them. And he kind of tells Casey Jones to chill out.
How about a 5-minute game misconduct for roughing, pal?
Hey, Bogey. Now, who died and made you referee? You did your job, now get out of here and let me do mine. These JV lowlifes need to be taught a lesson.
Not like that, they don't. Not from you.
Well, it looks like you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson, pal. Class is paying 101. Your instructor's Casey Jones.
Look,
I don't want to fight you.
Well, tough rocks, pal.
A Jose Canseco bat? Tell me, you didn't pay money for this.
Ooh, that's it. Just do it for one sale, pal.
Where do you guys stand on this moral issue? I just wonder, between you two, like, if you steal a purse, should you be beaten to death?
Nah.
I'm more of a cut their hands off type person.
Yeah, Steve's extreme, but
dude, if you're a grown man and you steal a purse from an old woman and someone catches you, maybe your right to live is I don't know, man. Like you're caught.
Is no longer a right.
That's bullshit, dude.
See, that's why I like the in-between. You just cut all their fingers off. It's like, I'm not going to kill you, but let's see you try to steal any shit now.
Let's see you play guitar now.
Yeah.
So back in the day, there's always the conversation of which turtle are you, right? Which is basically a way of saying which is your favorite turtle. Especially when you had a group of friends all playing together. And it's like, okay, you're Leo, I'm Mikey, and everyone has the turtle. I always was Casey Jones. I love the turtles. I do. I relate to all of them in various ways. I'm cynical like Raph, but at the same time, I like to have fun. I like the intellectual vibe of Donatello, and I like being a leader. Like the turtles, they all have something I appreciate. But Casey Jones is my man.
That's what it's like when you come to Indiana and visit the Spoilers Boys. We're the turtles and you're Casey Jones visiting in town.
The class is Pain 101. Your instructor's Kylo Ren memes.
Listen, yeah, you teach us. We teach you a little bit too, but mostly you teach us.
Hey, what are you, some sort of punker?
Huh?
God, I hate punkers. Especially bald ones with green makeup. Wear masks over ugly faces. Ooh.
No better!
Strike one! Whoa, whiffer!
Home run! Raphael wins! 1-0!
Steve, it's vigilante versus vigilante here. With Casey Jones and Raphael have a fight. Now, at first, I think Casey Jones is being serious about it, but it's a little bit more playful. Like, Casey Jones is kind of pissed that this guy showed up and stopped him, right?
Yeah. At first, he's kind of pissed off about it, and it's kind of like, basically, I'm going to take out this latent anger on you because you interfered with what I'm doing. And then, Raph being Raph is basically like, well, I didn't come over here to fight you, but I'm sort of happy to do it.
Yeah.
I'm in a bad mood anyway, so let's just do this.
But Casey Jones, he sees Raph, and Casey Jones' reaction to Raph is like,
are you some kind of punker?
Yeah, he thinks he's a punker. And he says, I hate punkers, especially bald ones with green makeup. Now, Steve, I want to take you back to a movie I'm sure you've seen.
Right.
An 80s movie with Eric Stoltz called Some Kind of Wonderful.
Yeah.
Where Casey Jones, Elias Koteas, the actor, plays a bald-headed punk rocker.
No. What?
Oh, yeah. I've always thought maybe that was sort of a sly sub-reference,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Casey Jones hates punkers, but he used to be one. So,
yeah.
He was a bald one, too.
He's a bald one, too. Absolutely.
So it's funny that, like, Casey Jones just kind of accepts this. He's like, what are you, I guess, or whatever. And then, like, he goes to fight him, right?
There's just, like, nothing about him that looks human. It's so weird. He's like, oh, yeah, you look like a teenager with a shaved head and green makeup. Like, no, he doesn't. He really doesn't.
Is a punker just one who attends punk rock shows?
Yeah, I'm thinking just a general punk type.
A punk rocker,
Punk rocker. I mean, there's especially late 80s, there's a lot of overlap. There's also the post-punk new wave scene, Susie and the Banshee type, but like, yeah.
Punk adjacent.
Punk
right?
adjacent, yeah, some punk general sphere, the punk verse.
I mean, punk was huge in New York, too.
Yeah, it was. Big scene there. Thank you, Josh.
All those are actual genres. Look them up.
Right.
So Casey Jones comes at Raphael with his two bats, and Raphael is like ready for this. Like he blocks him pretty efficiently, and I like the banter here. It's also very quotable.
Yeah,
a Jose Canseco bat. Tell me you didn't pay money for this. Now I've like thought about that line a lot in my life, And I think it just means that, like, oh, you bought, like, these gimmicky bats instead of just, like, a real bat.
Yeah.
Like, is that what he's talking about?
Well, my memory's not great for this, but Canseco, I'm pretty sure, played for the Dodgers at one point when I was a kid. I wonder if maybe he'd come from New York and there was a grudge. I don't remember enough about Canseco.
Oh, it's a territorial teams thing.
It could have been. I'm guessing, but yeah.
I think he was a player who famously had like ups and downs and had bouts with maybe like addiction or like kind of like caught out on steroids, like one of the early guys with that. So maybe it was kind of a joke about that or something. I don't know.
Well, new game, Roundhead. Cricket.
Cricket? Nobody understands cricket. You gotta know what a crumpet is to understand cricket.
I'll teach you. 6 runs.
But what I like here is that Casey Jones ultimately does like win this fight. Like he kind of like takes Raph by surprise.
That really bothered me as a kid.
That Casey Jones won?
Yeah, I did not like that. Like, I like Casey Jones as a character. I loved him in the comics, but I actually didn't like the fact that he, as a kid, I was like, nah, Raph would have just beaten the hell out of him. It wouldn't have even lasted 2 minutes. There's no way Casey would have won that fight.
Well, like Raph was getting caught up in, like Casey Jones played him.
Right.
Because Casey Jones starts like this banter and shit while they're fighting. And Raph is like going on this rant about like how cricket sucks and stuff.
Yeah.
And then like
that's cricket bat.
Casey Jones catches him by surprise, you know?
I agree because Raphael kind of kicks his ass and has him on the ground with his foot on top of him. And he just starts saying like, oh yeah, home run. Like joking around. And all of a sudden Casey Jones just bashes him in the face.
True.
Fucking clobbers him and sends his ass flying into a trash can. Which is, you know, it's funny, but Raphael is like pissed, dude.
Right.
His anger, he is seething. And then he runs through the streets, tries to catch up with Casey, but he can't. And
that's what's telling, Kylo.
Yeah.
Casey Jones fucking runs, right? So
he's got work to do.
No, he doesn't. He's scared of Raph. He doesn't want any bit of that shit.
He doesn't, yeah, you're probably right. He doesn't want to go a third round with him. So he just wraps it up right there. But Raphael yells, damn, into the night. Like he said it earlier, he whispered it, but like, I don't know, as a kid, to me, this just felt so adult.
Yeah.
For him to be like, damn.
Slow, freak, I got work to do. Freak! Freak! Come back here! I'm not finished with you! Damn!
That's what I was doing at the top of the pod. Like, I practiced that in my car yesterday. I hope it came off well.
I can just imagine your kids walking out on you by yourself in the car screaming. It's like, Dad, what is going on here?
They tell their therapist about that way later. I saw my dad in the car yelling, damn. I didn't know what to say to him. It's not your fault. Like,
it's not your fault.
It wasn't your place to say anything.
He's doing Big Dumb Movie. It's fine.
Did you ever think that maybe he could have been just like recording a podcast?
For those that listen to spoilers, I did a podcast there that I hosted on Battlefield Earth. And I rehearsed that intro in my car as well, Josh, the opening spoiler. If you don't remember it, you'll have to go back and listen. But I was rehearsing that in my car, and I was stopped at a light, and I was doing it really loud. And then I realized the person next to me was fucking looking at me. I was like doing it over and over. Like I was like, I do it, and then I do it again. I kept saying it, and the person must have thought I was fucking had Tourette's or something, dude.
Should have rolled your window down and offered them a Thetan test.
Maybe next time.
Dude, I don't know if this is a time and place for like an old Josh memory, but I was like 17. I had like my first car, and I was jamming out to some Incubus in a parking lot.
Nice.
And just like headbanging probably, and then like a couple days later, this like underclassman was like, "Hey man, I saw you in the parking lot. You were really like headbanging a lot." And I was like, "Dude, yeah, I was like into the music." He's like, "No, like I've never seen anyone headbang that much." It's like, dude, fuck you, man.
You don't get to tell me how to rock out.
That's all.
Right. It's a good story.
Raphael, come sit by me.
Couldn't this wait till morning?
You will listen now.
Josh, when Raphael gets back to the lair, he sees Splinter, and I'm hoping you can tell us about the scene, because there's something about like this side of the movie that like really, it still gets me. Like I still have that emotional pull. Maybe you can tell us about what this scene is and like kind of what's said.
Ooh, yeah, I think a lot of it is in the camera work here, man. Like a teenager, essentially, Raphael gets home super late, and his dad isn't sleeping. He's sitting there waiting on the couch. That's like a scene we all can relate to, right? And Splinter's like, "Sit down, son." And Raphael's like, "Can't this wait till morning?" And it's like, damn, dude. I feel like there's a tension here that's actually like really spurring.
Yeah.
And Splinter starts to lay some like knowledge onto him. And the camera work, like I mentioned, is just like really cool because it's like really moody. And there's like really a sense of emotion you get from Raphael, that he wants to be tough, but he's fighting this anger. He's fighting this sadness. He knows what he's like, what Splinter is saying is true. Like, that is like the really deep and cool part, Kylo. But I think there's like this funny part, because I think like when you really like break it down, what Splinter is saying throughout this movie is like half deep and insightful to anyone who might listen, and half just completely inane bullshit, time filler, like for kids trash. So here's an example. He says like, "I want you to have the gifts of strength, knowledge, and peace, but to do that you must possess the right thinking." Now, does he ever go on to say what the right thinking is? It's just like so general and vague that you can't like tie anything to it.
You know, they cut a whole scene where Splinter tries to sell him on reading a bunch of Ayn Rand books. So,
okay. I don't remember reading about that deleted scene.
The right thinking. Capitalism.
I am joking.
My Master Yoshi's first rule was possess the right thinking. Only then can one receive the gifts of strength, knowledge, and peace. I have tried to channel your anger, Raphael, but more remains. Anger clouds the mind. Turned inward, it is an unconquerable enemy. You are unique among your brothers, for you choose to face this enemy alone. But as you face it, do not forget them, and do not forget me. I am here, my son.
I like that Splinter's like message to the turtles here, well, to Raphael specifically here, but to the turtles later is like this idea of unity. Like they are kind of fractured because of Raphael, right? And the idea of them like working together as a unit is what really will allow them to be successful.
I joked about that earlier, but like his essential message to Raph here is like, you always want to face your anger / like hard emotions alone, whereas like your brothers are fine with like opening up to each other in a healthy way. So your path is going to be like more difficult. And that is actually like really deep and probably like really ahead of its time for like a 1990 movie. But I was just pointing out earlier that like I think sometimes they have to like bury that actual deep emotional shit in just some like really vague Buddha sounding stuff that like you must possess the right thinking. It's like, of course, I must possess the right thinking. Who would want to possess the wrong thinking? Would you, Kylo?
Shredder wants to.
Oh, God, you wouldn't want to engage in wrong speak.
We also meet a few other characters in this movie. Charles, who is April's boss. Right? April is a news reporter, as we well know. Charles has a son named Danny, who is on his path to being a punker himself, I think, with his like, what does he have, like a Sex Pistols shirt or something?
Yeah, and he apparently said in one of the interviews that he was actually a huge fan of that type of music and really loved the fact that the producers and Barron were willing to let him spend the whole movie wearing a Sex Pistols shirt. Yeah.
Nice.
Different ones, too, right?
Yeah, I think it was more than one.
I'm in love.
About an organization known as the Foot Clan.
There is no evidence to link such a name to these incidents.
Are you denying that such an organization known as the Foot exists?
I'm not denying anything. Again, you're putting words into my mouth.
I'm sorry, Chief, but it often seems that somebody ought to.
Silence her. Miss O'Neill.
She's great. An understatement is you.
So yeah, April's kind of like reporting on this whole situation in New York, which we, the audience, know as the Foot Clan, basically committing a bunch of crime, primarily robberies. And while April O'Neil's like reporting on this, Shredder is watching. And it's kind of our first glimpse of Shredder.
Yeah.
Shredder is not happy about this. He throws a knife at his own TV screen.
Well, besides his hand that we saw earlier. We saw his hand.
Yeah, I'm still with you, Josh.
I don't know if
it's
it's his hand or not.
This is going to be an enduring debate. I can feel it now. But
it reminds me of that Three Ninjas quote, which neither of you will get.
I know he hates
Whose
it.
hand is
It's
that?
no one.
It's no one's.
I do not remember that line now.
Damn.
Damn. Yeah, he's pissed off. He wants that April be dealt with.
He says, find her. Silence her. And he's got that amazing voice. I know you said it was dubbed.
Yeah.
It's fucking great.
Dude is very good.
I mean, I think it's even better than Uncle Phil. Like,
yeah.
I like this iteration of Shredder. He's very menacing.
Uncle Phil's version's great for the cartoon. The fact that this was kind of a hybrid, I think, called for a slightly different approach.
Absolutely. Because Shredder is a real threat in this movie in a way that he is not in the cartoon.
Yeah.
In the cartoon, he's like kind of a punk, you know?
Right.
And he ends up getting like bossed around by Krang a lot and shit. And, you know, he's kind of a coward.
Dimension X! No!
At last, I can conquer my home dimension.
But I don't want to conquer this place. I want to conquer Earth.
He doesn't have those negative traits in this. He's a fucking man in charge.
Right.
And we'll get a proper intro to him in a little bit. So Steve, April, she's leaving work one day, and she's being like silently followed by Raphael. I assume because he wants to recover his sai, which he saw her pick up and put in her purse. But in the subway, April is confronted by the Foot Clan.
The Foot Clan. Yes, they've decided they're going to follow up on Shredder's edict to silence her. And they're basically showing up to tell her that she needs to stop talking publicly about Foot Clan stuff because they're not real pleased about it.
But that's not exactly what they say.
No,
that is
true.
implied. What they say is, your mouth may bring you much trouble, Miss O'Neill.
It's just such an Eastern wisdom tropey type of, like, I don't mean that against the Eastern wisdom thing, but like what an American would write. You know, it's got to sound like it's Eastern wisdom. Make it sound like an Asian person said it.
Well, an Asian person, I think, is saying it in this case, right? Because they got like the guy, they got the guy with an accent to deliver.
They got the guy with the accent, but I don't know if it's a real accent or not.
99% of the Foot Clan are like punk rock teenage boys, except they got the Asian guy to say this one.
Right? Yeah.
We've been waiting for you, Miss O'Neill.
What? Am I behind on my Sony payments again?
Your mouth may yet bring you much trouble, Miss O'Neill. I deliver a message. Shut it.
And my piece of shit 12-year-old self would go up to my buddy and I would be like, I have a message for you, Miss Kevin. Your mouth. And I would open my hand and slap his face and say, shut it.
Shut it.
And then run real fast.
My brother, saw this at a pretty young age, kind of like your brother, Steve.
Right.
And he thought that shut it was, synonymous with shut up.
Right.
So, because of that. So he would just say, shut it.
I love it.
Shout out to Tyler if you're listening.
Oh.
So, they're going to attack April O'Neil, and April pulls out a weapon. She's going to fight him off. But they immediately just kick it out of her hand.
Yeah, she pulls the sai she's got out of her purse like she's got a clue what to do with it. And it's like a kitchen knife would have been way more useful for someone at your level. At least you know how to kind of slash with it.
Yeah. You can just indiscriminately slash.
Yeah.
I feel like that gun analogy we were talking about earlier, where he points to it in his holster, kind of comes back here. She pulls it out of her purse like she's going to start blowing people away. And it's like, dude, you've never practiced with that shit. Fuck you.
You've got no idea what you're doing. You've basically got a huge fork.
If that.
Reminds me of when Napoleon Dynamite finds one of those at the thrift store. Remember in the movie?
Forgotten about that.
That's about how effective April O'Neil is with the sai. It's
right.
Just immediately kicked out of her hand.
Now, she is good with the purse. She starts beating some ass with that purse.
She should have swung the purse around with the weight of the sai in it instead of letting it go.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's my purse.
April O'Neil is knocked out, and Raphael comes to the rescue. I do like these action scenes with the turtles.
Me too. They also had a whole second set of suits they had to use for the fight scenes that didn't have any of the animatronics or anything in them because it was just way too fucking hard for the guys who had to do the stunts to move around with the 80-pound shells and whatever. And also, we didn't mention it before, but actor and stuntman Ernie Reyes Jr., who actually had a part as Kino in the second one, is in one of the fight suits in this one.
Yeah, I believe he's Donatello.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, dude's a legend. I've met him 3 times now.
Really? He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he's super cool. And he's super willing to talk about his old movies. I met him at Surf Ninjas related events.
Yes!
Yeah. Which is one of my favorite movies of all time,
It's
along with this one.
Right. But yeah, the fights are all very well coordinated and stuff. I mean, the older I've gotten, and I don't mean it to knock the movie, the older I've gotten and the more times I've seen it, the more I notice it's definitely one of those instances where certain moments, certain moves are very, very obviously sort of coordinated and choreographed. Because it's there's no way they can really do it full on. Well, the guys in the suits can't hardly see what they were doing. They were looking out through pinholes, and it's too cumbersome. But still, it comes off really well. I like it.
It does. It's good stuff. And we'll talk about more of some of those later, because this is kind of just a mini fight.
Yeah.
Now, Raphael takes the unconscious April O'Neil back to the secret location, right, Josh?
Yeah, which is just kind of striking me. It's ironic because they have to take the unconscious Raph back to the hideout later. Her hideout.
I want to ask the two of you about this, thoughts and feelings. It doesn't matter whether I'm 1990 and I'm 7 years old or now and I'm 42. I can't understand this. I don't get why he does it. If he can carry her around, he could have left her outside in the ER. Why does she need to go back to the sewer with them?
Because Michelangelo loves her on the TV.
Right. Yeah, it must be they've all got crushes on her.
They're vying for her affection.
Right. I mean, she's a pretty woman, no doubt. They're all teenagers, but it just never made sense to me that he felt like he needed to drag her down there instead of just leaving her in front of a hospital or calling the police.
I guess what the movie tells me here, and I don't know if this is true or not, is it's the crime took place really close to their lair, and he was kind of actively trying to get away from them while carrying her to safety.
You know what, Josh? That's the best answer I've ever gotten to that question. I'll give it to you. I like it. It's enough.
Not that I've thought about this movie very much, but it also, it helps her out. It maybe helps her survive, but it also brings this fucking linger, this alligator blood like an actual Foot Clan member with some skill.
Yeah, he has his stealth maxed out.
I don't know if we ever see this guy's face.
Right.
Yeah, this just... I love this, and it kind of reminds me of a video game. Like, one bat follows you back to your lair, and when you're trying to recharge up, he, like, pings you for your last life you have or something. But anyway, this clan member, like, totally does track Raph back as he's carrying April, and that's the whole reason why kind of maybe the next 2 acts of this movie happen.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the thing. The only real reason I can come up with other than the one you guessed at is that it's just the writers needed a way to set it up for the next bit, and this is the way they chose to do it.
To be fair, though, everything is close to their sewer, seemingly in New York. It's not really fair. Like, New York is a really big place, but they're really close to a train station. They're really close to the antique store. They're really close to this place. They're really close to a Domino's. Who would be close to a Domino's?
Right?
Come on.
It just seemed to me like this is an era where payphones were still a thing. You could have very easily called 911. New York City subway stations frequently had police stations inside them. There almost definitely would have been a cop somewhere around. Like, just didn't need to drag her all the way back with you.
They're crushing on her, man.
Right?
They like her.
It's
the
true.
news lady.
Are you crazy?
Yeah, Leo, I'm crazy, okay? A loony, okay?
Why?
Why? Why? Oh, I don't know. Because I wanted to redecorate. You know, a couple throw pillows, a TV news reporter. What do you think?
Raphael, what are you doing?
She got jumped in the subway. I had to bring her here.
It's the news lady.
Can we keep her?
Bring water, cold washcloth, pillow.
Far out.
I think a little even more like existentially, how many humans have they interfaced with at all at this point?
Oh, probably none, yeah.
Yeah, they need some interaction. Just Casey Jones.
They've just been 4 dudes watching TV, masturbating together in the sewers for 16 years. Like,
there's no internet. I mean, like the internet in 1990s IRC, so they're not downloading any porn. Like, yeah.
I'm just trying to explain your question, Kylo. That's all.
Well, April wakes up in this situation and fucking flips.
Yeah.
She reacts most appropriately, I'd say, of the humans that encounter the turtles. Like, she is very scared. She stands up on the couch and she realizes that they can talk. They're not here to hurt her, and they kind of calm her down. And Josh, like we talked about on the Secret of the Use podcast, Splinter just has this story like ready to go. Like, he's rehearsed this many times, I'm sure, and he wants to tell this story to someone, right?
Hi.
Oh my god, I'm dead!
It's okay.
Oh no, I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Okay, now those guys in the black pajamas, they jumped me. And that rat, I saw you in the parking lot. That explains you. And you guys, I have no idea where you came from.
If you will please, just sit down and calm yourself. I will tell you where we came from.
Talks.
It is really quite simple, Miss O'Neill.
And he knows my name. Perfect.
15 years ago.
Why don't I ever dream of Harrison Ford?
Yeah, she jumps on the couch and she looks around and she's like, is that a sigh in your pocket? Or are you just glad to see me? And Splinter's like, calm down. I will start from the very, very, very beginning. The utter beginning. I will start. And as an audience member, I feel like, especially someone who's like familiar with the Turtles, like we were as young kids, like we get the story again, but there's like, to this movie's credit, the visuals and the details as Splinter goes through how the Turtles originated are some of the massive highlights of this movie.
All right, I might get kicked off the pod, but I'm going to admit something to the two of you I've never admitted to anyone before in positive discussions about this movie. I actually hate this part. It's the only part of the movie I don't like.
You don't like Radical?
No, the whole thing is weird. Splinter in a cage copying a human's martial arts moves makes no sense. He's a rat. Like, then he finds baby turtles crawling around in ooze in a sewer, and somehow they all have become anthropomorphic and can talk.
I like how he has a little spoon. That he guides
Yes, and it looks like, I loved what Jim Henson's shot did for the creature effects, but the baby turtles look so weird, and they immediately start talking. How do they know how to talk? How do they have vocal cords? I don't hate's the wrong word. I don't hate this part of the movie. It's weird. It weirds me out a little bit. This part of the movie.
The ooze is just an allegory, man. Splinter doesn't know what the fuck happened back in the day. He's just filling in some gaps, bro.
Right.
Half this shit is made up.
Right. Splinter tells a different version of the story to everyone. He doesn't really know what happened. All right. I like that.
Oh, man. I understand that. Like, the logic here is iffy. There's a lot of loose strands.
Yeah, like, as a grown-up, I just kind of feel like they almost would have been better not even trying. Like, look, this is what they are, just accept it. You don't need an origin story. It's a talking rat and 4 talking teenage turtles. Just get on board, here's what we're doing.
I like the transformative ooze. And,
I do, yeah.
Notably, it is a different canister than Secret of the Ooze.
Right.
Which says TGRI in big letters.
Yeah.
And here it says, like, radioactive material. Same shape, though. Right? That classic ooze canister has always looked the same in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That cylindrical tall can, you know?
Right. It's like one of the canisters people used to put through those pneumo tube systems.
The bank?
Yeah, exactly. Like drive-through ATMs and shit.
And the rat is like duplicating his master's moves in the cage, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe, what if rats are just one of those like sneaky, clever creatures, like a crow or a pig? Like, it just would like... It kind of makes sense that, like, they kind of are intelligent, and then with a little bit of ooze, they just take it to the next level.
Crow's a great example, though, for real. No, it is, because we've learned the last 20, 30 years especially, they're way smarter than we thought. There's a bunch of examples of that, like, they can use basic tools and all kinds of shit, so maybe you're onto something.
According to Ace Ventura, they're the smartest of all birds.
They might be.
Yeah? Blow me. I actually do hate crows in real life. They're a little bit of a phobia of mine. Fun fact.
They typically don't... I think they're kind of cool, but one of them did attack me once. Yeah, it was really unfun. It kept diving at me from a tree.
That is kind of cool.
My dad had one in a cage because he was like
Really?
a science teacher, and I didn't hear about the story till years later. And I was like 3 years old, and he had it in the house, and I guess the crow just screamed its head off when I got real close and scared the shit out of me. Thus the phobia, like...
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah, at least you have that one explained, you know? It helps the healing.
No, especially you have weird trauma when you're like 2, 3 years old, and then I think it sticks with you in weird-ass ways. Yeah.
That's why I love turtles, hate crows.
I wouldn't eat chili rellenos for like a year and a half when I was a teenager because I got a horrible stomach flu after eating one and was vomiting for days. Didn't make any sense. The rellenos not what made me sick, but I wouldn't eat them.
Tough.
What do you guys like on your pizza?
Oh, just the regular stuff. Flies, stink bugs. It was a joke. Maybe I'll fight Apollo, and maybe I won't, you know? What do you think? Adrian! Hey, I got another one.
April realizes that she is not, in fact, dreaming, that she has encountered some crazy shit here with these mutated creatures that are humanoid, you know? They're mostly human in the way they act and the way they speak and everything. They just look insane. So she decides to accept this. They did rescue her, after all. So they take her back home and stay over for a little while. They have a bonding experience here, right, Josh? They tell some jokes. They do some impressions.
It kind of seems like they stay up all night drinking. And I know they're just teenage, so they shouldn't be doing that stuff. But
I mean, but what's the what's the developmental curve on a turtle? Are they old enough to start drinking at 14 or 15? They might be.
I think so.
You know.
Somewhere between dog years and human years, they lie.
Kids in the UK can get beer when they're 18. So
certainly a turtle who's like 14 can get a beer, but
plus they've got these ninja responsibilities. I mean, cut them a little slack. Let's let them have a drink.
They are drinking Pepsi. I'll say that. But it is kind of that vibe, Josh. It's like they've been hanging out all night, and God knows how many impressions Mikey has done of Cagney.
Little too many.
That one took me a few years after I first saw the movie to get. At 7, I didn't really understand who James Cagney was. By 11 or 12, I started to get it. I was like, oh, Cagney.
I didn't get the Rocky one until much later, yeah.
For as much crap as we may blow this section of the movie, I think as a watcher, you really get the sense they're like bonded and friends after this. So it kind of helps that they like hung out from sundown to sunup, right?
Right.
Like, that's basically what happens here. And they impress her with their jokes, and she impresses them with her jokes too. So they're like fast pals.
And it really is so apropos. Like, sorry to interrupt. I'll let you get back. But like, real quick, you know how many times? Maybe your parents were the type that would have made you go to bed at some point. But how many times as a kid or a teenager did you just stay up later than normal, pizza and soda, hanging around friends? That's what you do. It's a bonding thing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, Josh.
No, not at all. I'm happy to linger on that because what happens next is really sad. They're hungover and they start to head back, right, Kylo?
It is like that. I just want to say one quick thing here. I wasn't sure where I was going to put this in the podcast, but Judith Hoag is April O'Neil. We know she wasn't brought back for 2 or 3. I didn't quite understand as a kid, like that she is a really good looking woman.
Yeah.
And I never got that when I was younger. I had to become like an older guy to like, I think, appreciate Judith Hoag because she is kind of hot, you know? Sure, her hair is super of the time. It's super big.
I like it.
Steve
I love
likes
it.
that shit.
I'm a huge 80s person.
It's not my energy, but you know, I do appreciate her. I think she does good as April, and I think she's kind of a babe. I think the Turtles are right.
You know what? I actually had that same experience the last time I watched it, maybe 2 years ago for like the first time. Growing up, I was just like, okay, woman, I get it. They like her. The last time I watched it before this, all of a sudden, like, I'm like, you know what? She's actually really attractive. Yeah. It took me a while to come around on that.
I did like Paige Turco as a kid.
Oh, God, yeah.
She was cute, for sure.
You guys are mostly referencing her like physical appearance, which I do agree with, of course.
As a person too, though, yeah.
As a red-blooded man. But like she's also very kind, and she
is.
She has a shock that they're living, walking, talking turtles, but like she gets over it quick. She's not discriminating. I think like the movie has shown that she is like willing to go, like she's willing to risk her career to stop this criminal enterprise that's happening. She's just like a fun person to be around overall. She's just attractive overall. That's the point I'm getting across.
Yeah, no, you're right. They actually, which is kind of unusual for any movie, really. They actually sell the female character as a human being. There's more to her than just she's attractive.
But she is attractive.
She is.
Not arguing that. Just to get that clear.
No doubt about it. She loved us. It was the impressions, dude.
You wish.
Hold it.
Splinter.
Now, things change in this movie, and there is like a real somberness to this movie that lingers from like this next scene on.
Yeah.
And it's when the turtles go back home and they find that their place in the sewers has been raided and Splinter is gone. They know some shit has gone down. Now, we, the audience, know that the Foot Clan followed them and they probably set a bunch of guys and abducted Splinter while he was sleeping They probably got him by surprise and tied him up before he could fuck them up.
I think there is a connecting scene there where Danny tells Tatsu and Shredder that he knows where to find them.
That's later.
Is it later?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's because they followed him. But, we'll talk about Danny, that little fucking shit.
Right? Bird.
It's actually not too long later because they kind of like go back to April's place like right after, and they very depressed. Splinter's gone, and they need to hide out in her apartment, which is a little bit sketchy because her boss likes to just show up at her fucking house every morning.
Right.
Imagine if like right before you went to work, like your boss was at your door every day. Wouldn't you be like, would you give me some fucking space, man?
Especially if you're a woman, be like, the fuck are you doing just showing up like this?
Don't you oversee a few people at work, Kylo?
Yeah.
Do you ever stop by their house?
Never, bro. Come on. What the
that
fuck?
would be insane. She's in her like evening gown, like robe, getting like brushing her teeth and like.
I mean, he's got Alan tied up in the front yard, but other than that.
Truthfully, like the writers of this movie were adults, right? The reason he's stopping over is because of April, right?
Oh, yeah.
But from her end and from the movie's perspective, there's nothing romantic. But if you just stop to think about, like, as an adult, why the hell is this dude stopping by?
Yeah, like he's clinging on to hope. He does seem to be like a single father, right? So, like, I don't think he's got a wife.
Danny just needs a good mom, April.
Yeah, Danny needs a mom. Yeah, Danny's there moping around, and he spots the turtle like out of the corner of his eye or in a reflection, right? And then the turtles, like, they ninja vanish before he can fully see them when he turns around.
He sees Mikey or one of them under a table in a mirror, and then it doesn't even take as long for him to 180 for the turtle to be gone. Like, there's no way. That turtle's got to weigh 250 pounds. He's huge.
Dude, they're trained in the art of ninja. Ninjas can do that, man. I like that they do have the superpower where, like, they're super quick, right? But, like, only, like, off screen.
It's
right?
the Batman effect, right? Somehow, even though he shouldn't have been able to, he can just disappear as soon as the camera's not looking at him.
Yeah. Casey hates it when they do that.
Right? I hate it when they do that.
I don't get it, Danny. I make more than enough money to provide for both of us, and you're stealing. Why?
I don't know.
You don't know? What the heck were you doing with the car stereo anyway? Or don't you know that either?
Sorry.
Sorry? Not as sorry as you're going to be after school.
Danny! Damn it! Danny, come back here!
But Danny, who is recently been in trouble due to him committing crime all throughout New York, he's being scolded by Charles in a scene shortly after, and Danny like runs out of the car.
Gets out of the car and bolts.
He runs away from home.
There's a little detail I spotted just right before this, Kylo. Please,
what's that?
When Charles is kind of scolding him in front of April as they're leaving her apartment, Danny walks by her through like the doorway and takes this solid, long, nice look, if you know what I mean. It is clear if you go back to that scene. He's like walking straight and turns his head and is like totally like a neck breaker. Like,
he just wants to see where she is so he can rate her purse.
Sure. He had already rated it, okay?
She wants to rate her panty drawer.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Danny, you little perv. But the reason I bring up Danny running away is because we see where he runs to, Steve. We see a very special place in the minds and hearts of millennials, and that is the Foot Clan lair.
Yeah, the Foot Clan lair really is an incredible thing. There's a bunch of little kids in there smoking cigars, playing pool. People are skateboarding. They really went even more ham with it for the second one, but there's arcade games everywhere. Everywhere. Now the half pipe maybe they built down there, right? Get a little bit of lumber down there, put it together, whatever. But like, you're telling me they managed to get like 3 arcades worth of arcade games down? Those things are hundreds of pounds each. No one noticed. No one noticed all these arcade games going into this lair.
Not one witness, Steve.
Not one. And they're all teenagers. No one's going to notice but the teenagers like with dollies moving arcade games around. Like,
Well, you know how they're stealing off the back of trucks sometimes?
Yeah.
I think sometimes they just take the whole truck.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I like that. I'm going to go with that.
But they're also learning a lot of good skills down here. They're skating.
How to smoke, how to play billiards. Yeah.
Card games and the mental gymnastics you must do. Yeah, to be a man, you must learn to gamble.
Half those kids just became professional poker players as soon as the Foot Clan broke up. You know, little Vanessa's living in Vegas now, smoking 8 cigars a day.
They're like, what skills do I still have from that experience?
Right.
12 hours a day of poker.
The first thing we see in there is, like you said, Steve, it's a little kid with a huge cigar in his mouth,
right?
Shooting pool. And that's just the first thing we see.
Like fucking Baby Herman.
This place is fucking nuts. This place is a kid's dream. It's the Pinocchio, boys'
Donkey Island. Yeah.
Like the kids are smoking, right? There's teenage girls in leather chewing bubble gum.
Why is that such a common go-to? It's 7 or 8. I wasn't thinking about cigars. This is the last thing I wanted.
Well, they do also have a lot of Mountain Dew and Pepsi in there.
Okay, that's true.
They got crates of that shit.
Right.
And the teenage girls in leather were also pertinent.
I mean, you find me at 12 arcade games and teenage girls and soda, definitely would have been up my alley. So,
yeah.
All right.
I mean, the kids' fantasy. They got graffiti. They're spray painting on the walls. Kids are playing guitars. Half of them are punk rocked out.
Do anything you want to do. Anything. Know what I mean?
People walking around offering you menthols.
Check it out, man. Anything you guys want, we got it. Anything you want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Anything. You got any cigarettes? Regular or menthol?
Yeah, Sam Rockwell is giving the intro to the new recruits, right? He's like, anything you want to do it. I think it'd be funny, though, if right after he said that, like, the kid he was talking to just punched him in the face.
Right? Takes the whole carton from him.
He's like, I just felt like doing that. Or, like, what if the other kid, like, just, like, whips it out and just starts jerking off? Don't tell him to do anything he wants to do. That kid's got problems.
Somebody's got to pull him aside, be like, look, you're taking this too literally.
There are some rules. There actually are some rules, but like they have like what seems like a lot of free time. Right?
Yeah.
They give them a lot of play time, and then they got like to go train.
But training's really just getting their asses beat by Tatsu. He's not really training them to do anything.
They train against each other, and Josh pointed out something that I don't think a lot of people have noticed, but there's just like straight up parallel bar gymnastics going on behind them.
Yeah.
Right. Learning skills.
Learning skills. They're doing kickboxing or something similar, you know. But like you said, Tatsu, he gets involved with some hands-on training, right? He like the kid like blocks a lot of Tatsu's attacks for a sec, but then Tatsu like kicks him in the face to teach him a lesson, like never lower your eyes to an enemy.
Dude, there's some weird like middle school gym teacher energy happening here that like I feel like Americans relate to. Yes.
Who's giving me a ride home tonight?
Definitely. It's rough in there, but also very fun, it seems like. Obviously, you can see why a lot of runaways would want to hang out here. It's obvious. All you got to do is steal shit for Shredder and make him rich. Now, we do get to see the proper introduction of Shredder, Steve.
Well, like, so, all right, I do really want to mention his entrance particularly, but he's this big hulking dude. He's got a cape on. He's covered in armor. He's got, like, razor appliances all over him. They're on his hands, they're on his arms, they're on his elbows. They're on his head. Some of them you can sort of make sense of. If you look into martial arts stuff enough from hundreds and thousands of years ago, there were weapons you'd basically strap to your hands so you'd cut people when you hit them and blah, blah, blah. But
forearms.
Like, forearms, yeah, you know. And
like brass knuckles or what?
Like even bladed stuff that would attach to the palm of your hand, or a glove that had something on it.
That's
you know,
cool.
Yeah, and they even took a little inspiration for that. Do you think about what your OG Batman costume look like? He's got the 3 barbs down each side of the glove that he can use sort of as weapons and to block other
bracers.
Weapons. Yeah, but when he comes in, you've got this overhead angle of him, and it's extremely reminiscent of '89 Batman when you first see him on the rooftop, and you've got this shadow that casts out in front of him. You remember when you first see Bruce in 89 and you get the outline of the bat costume.
Yeah, there ain't no bat.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, no, I wish I could have found this information. I really am fascinated to know. They had to use some kind of effects trick to make it work in Batman. They couldn't get the shadow to come out that way on the set. I don't know if they used compositing or an early computer system or something, but they actually did use an effect to make it work. Where with this, he's just casting this huge long shadow in front of him, and it does sort of look like he's just really brightly backlit, but I wonder if they did anything else with him.
No, I think there's like a spotlight from behind him, but
right.
it looks fucking epic.
It does.
It's an epic intro.
It is.
This is clearly the man in charge.
It's like a Lenny Riefenstahl film. It's pretty freaky. But, yeah.
He's got the samurai helmet, right, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, none of it's really traditional, real stuff, but yeah, it's effectively, yeah. And,
effectively, like the pseudo-samurai helmet. Right?
You know, the face guard and the whole deal. You kind of realize later the face guard is partly to obscure the scar that Splinter left him. And, yeah.
A real Dr. Doom energy, right? Like,
Doom
his hide his disfigured form.
Right.
It's not that bad.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, I mean, so yeah, he's got this big entrance, very moody, and all of a sudden he's there, and everyone goes silent, of course, because it's Shredder.
It's also very Darth Vader.
It is. You know what? You're right. It's a very Imperial March type moment. You know what? It makes me think of that moment in. Is that in Jedi at the beginning where they're building the second Death Star and Vader comes walking through the lines of stormtroopers to meet the Emperor's ship? It's a lot like that. Yeah.
Well, plus, like, he got that similar samurai-style helmet as Vader.
Yeah, well, that's very... Lucas did a real interesting job there. I don't want to go on a tangent, but like, both Nazi uniforms and samurai armor got thrown into those designs quite a lot. Yeah.
The cape.
The cape.
Is obviously another connection to Vader, but also, he literally tells them, I am your father.
Right?
I am your father.
Money cannot buy the honor which you have earned tonight. You make us all proud. Only effort, discipline, loyalty earn the right to wear the dragon doji. You are here because the outside world rejects you. This is your family. I am your father.
No. It's not true. That's impossible.
Shredder's thing is that he's organized this group of misfits who are outsiders and rejected from the regular world.
The world has rejected you.
So you work for me. And then the whole purpose of this really, though, is like a graduation ceremony, right? Like one of the Foot Clan members is being like made officially a ninja or whatever. He's given the dragon doji, right? He gives him the headband. And that means something, I guess. But this is where we see Danny in the audience, and he has something to say to Splinter. We don't see what it is, which I think is kind of a good bit of filmmaking.
Right.
But we understand because we have a new enemy. There's these mutant turtles out there, and they're causing trouble for me. And then Danny's like, holy shit, I saw one earlier in April's apartment. And that's eventually why the Foot Clan arrives at April's apartment. So we'll talk about that in a minute.
There is a new enemy. Freaks of nature who interfere with our business. You are my eyes and ears. Find them. Together we will punish these creatures. These turtles.
Master.
But yeah, Danny is a snitch.
He's fucking snitch. Snitches
Rat.
get stitches.
Rat
Right?
fuck. I'm doing that Jack Nicholson face where he's like,
that fucking rat. So back at April's place, there's some kind of disagreement about what the turtles should do next. And of course, it's mainly between Leo and Raph, who have the most friction of all of them. But what makes this scene for me isn't so much like their friction. I get that's pushing the story forward, and it makes sense for their characters, right? Like Leo is more measured. He wants to wait until April gets a lead. Raphael wants to just go search for Splinter.
Right.
But Donatello and Mikey, they just want to pig out. Like, I like that they're like, oh, there's going to be a fight. Let's go in the kitchen and get some snacks. Let's get out of here. And like, for some reason, that like pork rind scene, super memorable to me.
April's our only link to these guys. We have to wait until she comes up with something.
Oh, so that's the plan from our great leader, huh? Just sit here on our butts.
I never said I was a great leader.
Well, you sure act like it sometimes.
Yeah? Well, you act like a jerk sometimes, you know that? And this attitude of yours isn't helping anything.
Yeah? Well, maybe I'll just take my attitude and
Why
leave.
don't you?
I will.
Good.
Great.
Go ahead. We don't need you.
Pork rind?
Pork rind.
We get a classic Corey Feldman line there too with pork rinds? Pork rinds.
Yes, I love that, dude. Like, their dynamic is so cool.
I do think, though, with Mikey and Donatello, they're kind of hiding out from this fight between, like, the power struggle that's going on. But at the same time, like, if both Leo and Raph were like, yeah, we're going searching now, or we're hiding out for 2 more weeks, if they were just on the same page, they would both be in 100%. Like, they would go hunt right now. They're just, like, trying to take the piss out of this argument. But they will follow either of these guys to the ends of the earth, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I don't think we've talked about this too much, but it's Corey Feldman as Donatello. And I think he's a really great voice for Donatello in this. It's like that very distinct Corey Feldman voice. I mean, all the voices are great in this. You know, Robbie Rist is Michelangelo very famously, but I don't know, there's the transition between the Donatello voice in this and to Secret of the Ooze is a little bit jarring.
Hey, look. I think he's blushing.
I am not.
I think he's actually turning red. Maybe not.
Well, I could try, but if the database is coded, the whole system might go down.
Leif Tilden, who was the actor inside the Donatello suit, has told the story that he tried approaching Feldman at the film's premiere just to be, you know, hey, you remember me, I'm the dude in the suit, blah, blah, blah. And that Feldman, who apparently had recently been accused of cocaine possession, had no interest in speaking to him and was just like, I don't care if you were the guy in the suit, fuck off.
I'm Corey Feldman,
right?
Bitch.
Hey, Spoilers recently interviewed Corey Feldman for 25 minutes on his going viral indie movie. So check out that episode. He was a super nice guy. His hair's dyed white now. He was actually pretty regular and cool. Kylo was not on that episode, sadly. Couldn't make it, but kind of a groundbreaking episode for spoilers. And the only reference I brought up to him about Turtles was that one of my favorite old arcade games was the Ninja Turtles arcade game.
Oh, it's a great one.
He seems like a good dude, but I kind of agree with you overall, Kylo. Like, I feel like maybe he was also maybe a turd back then, because I think he got paid very little for this role. I heard less than $2,000 to voice Donatello in this movie.
Yeah, he got paid a really low amount of money. It's hard to find exact info on that now, but it was low.
That seems impossible considering where he was still at in '89 when they were filming.
That would put your balls in a vice, though. If some dude was like, "Hey, I was the guy in the suit," and you're like, "Dude, I made $10 from this. Fuck off."
Now, here's where we get another transition in the movie, sort of, where Raph kind of storms off. He goes to the rooftop to blow off some steam. He's up there just like, I guess, practicing his karate skills. Casey Jones, who happens to be on another nearby rooftop, tinkering with a radio, sees him, right? Yeah. He sees him and he's curious. And he's like, what the fuck? That's that guy that I beat the shit out of 2 nights ago or whatever.
6 runs on this guy. 6 cricket runs.
That fucking punker with green makeup. And April starts showing the turtles around her place, which is like, it's like an apartment on top of an antique store.
Yo, listen. Is she a tycoon?
No, well, I mean, as long as you're asking the question, here's what's weird to me. She owns a huge piece of farm property somewhere upstate, which we'll get to in a minute. It has a house and everything. It's got to be worth an immense amount of money, even by 80 standards. She also owns a functional business that she has open at least a few days a week. It may not make much, but it clearly makes something. And she's a professional journalist with a full-time paid job at a TV station.
A tycoon.
And yet she's living in one of the dingiest, tiniest, dirtiest, stinkiest, above-a-shop apartments in the history of ever. Like, why? Sell the farm property then. You could have a townhouse in Manhattan. Why are you living like this?
Well, you don't think she got a nice place?
It's horrible.
It's confusing because it's like she's attached to these properties and like the antique shop explicitly said because of like this nostalgia factor. Her dad owned it.
Right. And there's an implication she grew up at the farm property, but it's like between what you're making working as a journalist and what you're making running the shop, and you're not renting the farm property. If you're not going to live there and you don't want to sell it, turn it into a rental, you're living in this dinky little apartment. Like you should be. I mean, I'm not saying everyone's going to have a mansion, but you can do better than that.
And her whole character is about like progressing. Like her stance with the police, it's to progress and not be corrupt. Her stance with the turtles is to be shocked, but like, I'm their friend and we can like be allies here. Like, she's both very progressive and also to her own self-detriment, like nostalgic and heartfelt or something. That doesn't make sense.
No, you're right. But in a weird way, now that you've put it like that, it's actually one of the areas I kind of identify with that character. I'm nostalgic to a fault. I'm nostalgic to a point where it's caused me problems and made me make stupid decisions. So,
but would you also be willing to make breaking news to New York City? Like, that's where her character is like a little different from you.
Right. Well, no, you're right. I've never been able to break a Foot Clan story before. Yeah.
Well, it's good because you don't have Chief Stearns on your ass, you know? You're trying to tell me how to do my job.
That part.
Just drop the story, April. Drop it.
Just for a little while, all right?
I mean, come on. How do you guys expect to beat me? Good answer. Good answer.
Raph on the top of the roof gets ambushed by some Foot Clan members, which, at first seems like perfect for him because he is there to blow off some steam.
Right.
So he can just beat the shit out of these guys. But there are a lot of them, and he is alone up there.
Right.
I think eventually he does get overpowered. I mean, at first he does pretty well against them,
Right.
But there's just too many of them. And then in a kind of devastating scene, they like toss his ass through the glass ceiling, right, Steve?
Yeah, through a skylight. He just comes crumbling through and lands on the floor below. That's like, especially as a 7-year-old or so when I first saw it, that was like heartbreaking. Like, oh my God, look what they're doing to Raph.
That was rough.
You guys aren't even getting to the depths of it.
They really do beat the hell out of him.
This is maybe to my 7-year-old self or whatever, this is like the best scene of the movie. Because if you've ever played with the toys, like you have your own little character arc as you play with the toys. Your own little Raphael gets kind of beat down really hard and then has to come back, right, as the underdog. And I think that's like what happens here, except it's just a solid beatdown at this point in the movie. And Kylo, earlier we saw him lose one Psy and freak out, and here we see the Foot Clan just casually toss both sides off the side of the building. It's real sad.
And it is kind of the classic character arc, the hero arc. He gets beaten up and loses a fight at some point and then comes back from it later. They even do it with Godzilla movies. He'll get beat up by Ghidorah and then come back at the end.
Yeah, it's rough to see him. Like, he falls, like 15, 20 feet through that through that glass ceiling. It's, you know, he's out. He's not involved in this fight anymore.
Right.
And the Foot Clan, in full numbers, are here to take out the remaining 3 turtles. But I want to say with this fight, which I love, Josh, it like happens in like 3 phases almost. There's great escalation, which is why this scene is great. Like, it starts off, even though Raph's fucked up, it's relatively light at the beginning. And it starts with like the Foot Clan guy that's like the nunchuck expert. And he has a showdown with Michelangelo just to like show off who has the better nunchuck skills.
They
right?
had to cut that scene from the British release of the film. They weren't allowed to show nunchucks.
Nunchucks are a problem out there.
Yeah.
Why?
The handguns are so tightly regulated in the UK and a lot of the rest of Europe that people have historically turned to finding other weapons. And nunchucks have apparently historically been an issue for them.
Listen, just say it's an English-Irish thing, and I'll back the fuck off, okay?
Right?
Okay, I get it.
They're also called Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh.
And in the Japanese version, they don't say ninja vanish. There's some other line. I can't remember what it is. But they
Ninja disappear?
Yeah, I think it's what it is, yeah.
It's just funny.
Whoa! And I thought insurance salesmen were pushy. Oh, a fellow checker, eh? Keep practicing.
But the escalation of this fight, right? So we got like the nunchuck contest, and the actor that's doing the Foot Clan guy is fucking good, dude.
Yeah.
He is really good. I mean, all of the stunt guys and martial artists in this movie are really good, but he's got skills.
No, he's actually better than Mikey.
He kind of is.
To your point, Kylo, we've seen this part a little bit in the movie before with Raph and Casey Jones and like, do you like crumpets? You must like tea to like cricket, like whatever he says. That's kind of similar here. But then I think what you're getting at is it keeps escalating, right? We're not going to stop here with just these silly jokes. There's like a little more on the line.
Well, yeah. I mean, at first, you know, the turtles are like handling him pretty easily, and they're doing silly stuff in the beginning. Like Donatello gets his head dunked in the fish tank, and he comes up and he spits water, and they got that really funny sound effect, you know? And he spits the water in the face. They're doing the Wheel of Fortune thing where they're like spinning around on the ground, they're cracking jokes. But the Foot Clan, they like weapon up. They get like all these axes. And it starts to get a little bit more dangerous right after they collapse the floor that they're on.
California roll! Oh, what a spaz! Oh, Mr. Gas!
Seeing these guys on lumberjack.
No joke! The only thing safe in the woods would be the trees!
Guys, I'm not so sure if this is, structurally speaking, such a good time for your buddies to drop in. Uh-oh.
Wipeout.
And everyone falls down from like the upper level of the building where they're in April's apartment down to the lower level where it's the antique store. They all like fall through the floor.
Right.
And down there, there's even more Foot Clan guys plus Tatsu. So it's like the threat has like escalated a little bit more. Because now in this phase of the fight, the turtles are actually kind of like losing. They're like getting hurt a lot. As to where in the beginning they were kind of dominating.
How did like 200 Foot Clan guys all get there? Did they all take the bus?
Oh, they got a van, or they got their own bus, like school buses,
right? A couple short buses everyone's gonna pile into.
It's like you look over and it's all these guys in like the black masks with the big fly eyes.
Yeah, welcome to New York.
What the hell was that? Looked kind of like a bus filled with ninjas. You're going to JFK, right?
Right.
And I never really appreciated it too much maybe before, Kylo, but I think what you're saying here is really true, and especially how, like, the final phase, it's the whole shit just gets lit on fire. All 3 floors. The bottom where they fell, the middle where they all fought and kind of joked, and the top where Raph got his ass beat. Like, it just goes up in flames.
It does. But not before Wayne Gretzky on steroids shows up.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you guys mind telling me what you're doing with my little green pal over there? Oh, who is the babe?
Who the heck is that? Wayne Gretzky? On steroids?
Attack!
And I like this level of involvement with Casey Jones, right? Because he spotted Raph from another rooftop. So he just went to that building to see, like, what the fuck is going on. Because he probably saw Raph getting his ass kicked. And he knows that Raphael, the bald-headed green punker, is a fellow vigilante.
Right.
So, like, even though they fought, they had this little rivalry, like, they're both kind of on the same side. And I think Casey Jones understands that. Also, Casey Jones probably just wants to fight people.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like a violent dude, I think. Like, he just wants to fuck people up. So his introduction here, it's framed like really epic. The door opens, a light shines through it, everyone stops, and they freeze as Casey Jones is there with his mask on.
Yeah.
Like with his hockey stick, like patting his hand with it. Like, I'm about to fuck some people up right now. And he's like super happy about it. He immediately notices the babe in the room, of course, right? He is a pretty horny guy, Casey Jones, but he gets to work, man. And he's on the turtle side. Like, he recognizes Raphael and he helps them out. And Casey Jones, he beats the shit out of these guys.
Right.
Like, the turtles are like struggling a little bit, but when Casey Jones shows up, he's like fresh. He's like, you know, he has energy.
Yeah, he's not tired.
He hasn't been fighting for 20 minutes. So he's like destroying them.
He's the tag team partner that hasn't been in 5 minutes, and his teammates getting beat to hell. He's in. He's tagged in. And I love what you point out, Kylo. Like, he was maybe ready to open that door and see Raphael, like, beating the shit out of, like, a family of 4. Like, but then he's like, oh, okay, I'm on their side now. Like, he's very malleable as a character.
He's ready to go. I like that he just lives for this shit. You know, like this is what he's here for. And that's great. But like you said, when the building gets set on fire, like, there's like a real sense of danger here, Josh. And the music is great. Like, I've talked about the music before. It's kind of an obscure composer that at least maybe I don't recognize. Maybe other people do. I think it's John Duprez. And the score for this whole movie is fantastic. And for a long time, it wasn't really available on YouTube because the only release of the score was like vinyl. And then someone took that vinyl and found a way to get it over digital.
Hero.
And it is on YouTube now. I think there might even be a CD release of it at this point. But for a while, I could not find this music. But I do like to just listen to it occasionally. And I like the fight scene music here. But they got to escape, right, Steve? This place is on fire.
Yeah, they've got to escape. That's something I think is funny. When Raph is up on top of the roof, they make this building look fairly large. When they're down on the ground looking up at it, you can tell it's only 3 floors. It's kind of inconsistent. Building does get set on fire, and then I think this is the part during which she gets the answering machine message, right?
Yeah, it's during this escape. It's right here.
Yeah, so we actually skipped the part where Danny gets picked up by the cops and the captain makes a deal with his father. So, real quick, there's a part where Danny actually ends up getting arrested, and April's been making a point of harassing the police chief about why he's not doing more about the Foot Clan, which he thinks is BS. And police chief's getting increasingly sick of April bugging him and throwing him under the table during interviews. So he realizes Danny is the producer's kid. He calls the producer, and he's basically, you don't see it happen, but it's implied, like, I'll drop the charges against your son if you get O'Neill to stop fucking talking about me. And this Foot Clan shit.
But she doesn't.
No, she doesn't. She immediately just gets on TV and talks about it anyway. It's shortly after she'd been mugged in the subway, and she talks about the mugging. And, or maybe it was the news van, whatever. It was one of the times she'd been mugged. So while the fire is going on inside her building, there's a phone call, and she gets an answering machine message from her boss letting her know that she's been fired. And it's obviously because she went on TV and talked about the Foot Clan after this deal had been made. One other thing I want to point out here is that by the time this happens, the power in that building is very much non-functional. So how her answering machine works is kind of a magical mystery.
Yeah, you're right. Because it is an electrical fire.
Yes.
The fire starts because one of the Foot Clan guys tries to take an axe to one of the turtles.
Yeah.
Fucking could have took his head off, but misses, hits electrical wires, and I'm pretty sure it's implied that that Foot Clan member is dead.
Yeah.
He gets electrocuted, right? It's pretty violent, right, Josh?
It is.
Man, he's deader than a doornail.
Yeah, you put an axe right in that panel.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, like, that's great. There need to be some bodies left behind here, right? There's a huge fire. I feel like if this was one of those movies you went to that was like a 4D movie and you could smell some shit, there'd be like some burnt hair happening.
Odorama. Absolutely.
Like a 40X presentation.
Right.
All this, though, Kylo gets us to the farmhouse because even though she's a tycoon, a big part of her estate has been burnt up in this mishap.
The farmhouse is from the comic, and they do spend time at it hiding out in the comic. That's one of the elements they took. I mean, the scenes aren't from the comic, but the idea of it is.
I feel like if the comic's going to go there, April O'Neil needs to have more extended family. She can't possibly be keeping up with all these properties, businesses, jobs.
Yeah, it's true.
Cars.
Yeah, God, she doesn't have any family around. She eventually, in the comics, her and Casey eventually get married and have a kid, which I think is funny.
Little psycho kid.
Yeah.
I think we saw the night of conception.
Right.
But we'll get to there. We'll get to that point.
You know, the turtles escape with April and Casey. They're all together now. Danny is like watching this in the distance. And he sees April O'Neil's building on fire, and he looks pretty upset about this. And it's like, it is fucked up because he's kind of been manipulated by Shredder. He's a young man to believe that like he should be loyal to them. So he told them, "Oh, the turtles are here." But he's also like friendly with April. Like April's always treated him really nice, you know. She's always like, "Oh, hey, Danny, how's school?" Like, and now he sees that her home is gone, and he probably assumes she's dead.
Yeah, I mean, he had stolen money from her also.
Yeah. But, you know, it's one thing to do that, another thing to, like, participate in their death.
And he had just taken a close-up look.
It's true.
He got the last look.
My girlfriend's dead.
I'm not joking about that look. For anyone who doubts me, I rewound it a couple times today and was like, that is
really
a look.
This.
So we're at a kind of a different place in the movie. Back over at the Foot Clan lair, Shredder has Splinter, right? Like we haven't really seen him a lot. We just know that he's gone, but we see him at the Foot Clan lair. He's alive, tied up, probably like was tortured and beaten a little bit because he looks very weak and frail. I mean, more weak and frail than he normally does.
Dude, he's on the cross.
He is.
He's being crucified, I think. Been thinking about this.
He's paying for the sins of his children.
What are these? Freaks! How do they know how to fight like this? You will answer. Then hang there until you die.
Shredder's pissed that, like, the turtles and April got away, and he wants answers from Splinter, but Splinter ain't no rat. How was that? Was that good?
It was good. I liked it.
Jesus rat.
It's an interesting scene here, like a touch that I like in this movie, even though it's like pretty dark. Is that Tatsu, also pissed, takes out his aggression on like the recruits.
Yeah, he just beats a few of them.
He goes in like their locker room or whatever, and he just starts like beating the fuck out of them. Like there'll just be a guy standing on a wall and he like grabs him and he like throws him against the locker and like punches him in the face. And then he goes to like the next guy and he gets to like one guy at the end who he goes like pretty hard on. That guy's name is Shinsho.
Shinsho almost dies, right? Like they're very worried for his life at this point.
Well, I think it's implied that Tatsu does kill him, and they added ADR
Ooh.
that said he'll be all right. Like I think I'm being serious. I think Tatsu.
I think you're right too.
beat this dude to death, and then you know how they take off his mask and it doesn't look like he's breathing or anything, and then it cuts away to Danny's reaction, and then you hear ADR that says he'll be all right. But I think they just added that ADR because like without that, there's a question of did this guy get killed by Tatsu right now?
Oh, Mr. Tatsu, stop! Please, please, stop! No! Shinsho! You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Dude, I think you're right. I wish they wouldn't have changed that. And I also think it would have played up on what happens right before this moment, where it's like Shredder finds out that their like mission has failed, right? Because the turtles in April have gotten away and they've escaped upstate. And he's kind of like in front of Splinter right here. And he turns away to walk away and like go meditate. But before he does, he gives Tatsu this look. Yeah. And I hope this look stuck with you guys because it like...
Oh, it did. Like, he says everything without having to say anything, right?
This is like when your boss's boss tells your boss something and then your boss just starts beating the shit out of your entire department. If anyone works in corporate, you know what I'm talking about.
According to Turtlepedia, turtlepedia.fandom.com, as scripted and filmed, Tatsu was supposed to have killed Shinsho, ostensibly as a display of his level as a threat.
Yep, there it is.
There you go.
I knew it. And this is my own headcanon. I like to think that the guy that is like comes to Shinsho's aid, I think that's like his boyfriend. Is that weird to say?
I mean, I've never thought about it, but
your first theory was true, but I don't think we're gonna find any proof for that one.
Yeah, I'm not Googling for that, first of all. One of you can look that up.
That was his gay lover. Nah, I was just gone. I mean, people are gonna be like, you fucking don't introduce your woke bullshit into my turtles. I'm just kidding.
Nah, Kylo, that's brand new Turtles lore introduced into the internet. That's brilliant. I love it.
It's not like I invented Venus, the lady turtle.
Oh, God, yes. I kind of sometimes forget about that.
Remember the fifth turtle with titties? Do you remember that one, Josh?
What about the white turtle?
No, you're thinking of Power Rangers. That's Tommy.
No.
Yeah.
In the video game, there's a white turtle.
The white turtle?
That I'm not remembering.
To Turtlepedia.
Yeah, I'm okay. You guys are sending me back to Turtlepedia again. Let's see. Who is Lita? You know what? He's right. It's not. She doesn't really look like a turtle. She's an IDW character. Her name is Lita. Lita. Albinism. White skin.
I don't know if that's what I was talking about, but I will run with it.
I mean, there may be another one, but apparently there is a. I'm not seeing anything related to the video game, but that did come up.
The albino turtle.
Yeah.
Do you remember that the original video game? It's not like the side scroller, but you're like looking overhead at first, and you go into sewer.
Yeah, the NES game.
Yes.
Oh, you're not talking about Turtles in Time. You're talking about the NES one. Yeah.
I think in that game, at some point, one of the bosses is essentially just you, another turtle, and they kind of make it like more pale. So.
Oh, that's probably the robot Metalhead. Is that his name?
Is that what it is? I always thought it was just like your long lost albino brother or something. I don't know. Sorry to derail, boys.
We're now at the farmhouse where the turtles and Casey and April have kind of like retreated to. Josh, maybe you can tell us about some of the important things that go on here.
They're at the farmhouse. This is part of like April O'Neil's. She's a land tycoon, so she owns a bunch of property. They're out there. Casey Jones and Donatello are like fixing up cars and bonding. Raphael is injured, so he's just in a tub soaking. He's got some Epsom salts going on. He's fine.
He just left his ass in the tub, yeah.
Leonardo is simply praying over Raphael's body at all times. It's cute. I feel like it's a little exhausting. I wish he'd take a break, but he takes a lot of responsibility for what happened, I think. And most interesting, Kylo, this is what I wanted to get at earlier in the podcast. Michelangelo, a man who wants to avoid all emotions, not talk about anything sad or mortality. There's this deleted scene where he's at the farmhouse and he's like lightly training out there in the barn with a punching bag. And he starts to like slowly go crazy, and then he just like rips apart, brutally beats the punching bag, breaking it.
Yeah, he obliterates it like Captain America, right? I've heard about this.
That's awesome. There's no... unless like it just didn't come across in film and it looked like shit. Like he didn't break a punching bag somehow. Like, I wish this was in the movie so much, because like it just bolster his character that much more. But Kylo, the farmhouse is a place where the turtles ultimately have to get recentered, right?
Yeah. And of course, Casey and April have to find love.
Get recentered.
They like immediately have friction, the two of them, right? And it's like somewhat flirty. It's very Han and Leia.
It
right?
is.
And like the aggressiveness of it. Like they're like at odds with each other, but they have the hots for each other, that's for sure. Like that much is known. I think it's even stated overtly.
It's strange being back on the old farm. Even after all these years, it still feels like home. My amazing new friends have suffered their first real defeat. That's bad enough, but they've also lost the opportunity to find out about their mentor, and I'm sure that hurts them much more than anything else. Each of them deals with this confusion in his own way. Donatello has found someone to latch on to.
Not even close, Zipneck. Professor and Marianne, happily ever after.
No way, Atomic Mouth. Gilligan was her main man. They'd be married and have 6 kids by now.
Gilligan was a geek, Barfaroni.
You're the geek, Camel Breath.
With dome head.
The farmhouse, a lot of it's like April O'Neil's like journal entering and drawings, and she's kind of like describing like what's going on. Like you talked about Casey and Donnie, and like she says Donatello found someone to latch onto. So like Donatello and Casey Jones, like they have this like banter and this game they play that I didn't get when I was a kid. When they're fixing up the truck, they're like insulting each other with every letter of the alphabet in order.
The alphabetical order.
Yeah. So like he's like, "What letter are we on again?" And he goes, G. All right, gack face. All right, hose brain. Like that's just like the game that they're playing, and I think that's kind of neat. And I didn't fully grasp that's what they were doing when I was a kid. And then you got like Leonardo's like overwhelming sense of guilt for like allowing Raphael to like leave earlier, for not being on the same page. Like he takes responsibility for what happened to Raphael, and he of course wants him to recover so that they can be a unit again, and wants him to be okay. But there's like I said, this level of like sadness in this movie that is, to me, is just like so well done, and like I feel it. And I showed my kid this movie, who's 15 years old, sometime at the end of last year. She had never seen this, right? So she saw this movie, and I asked her at the end, it's like, "So what did you think? Do you like it?" And she's like, "Yeah, I liked it, but it was really sad."
Mm-hmm.
And the stuff like this in the movie is the reason why, like Leonardo, and you kind of like feel what he's feeling.
Do you think those sketches have anything to do with it?
In what way?
They're just a vibe, right? It seems like all the sketches are kind of the turtles at their lowest or something.
Yeah, there's something neat about those. I actually looked to buy like replicas of those a couple months ago because like I really like them. I don't know, they do like add a lot. Then not only do they help drive the plot forward later, but you know, they're great to see.
Yeah, I like them.
There's also one kind of just like funny moment where Casey Jones is up on the swing when he's arguing with April O'Neil. He's like on the porch swing and he's like eating an apple. They're fighting about whatever. And the shit fucking breaks. I believe I heard once that was not supposed to happen.
Right.
That he was on that swing and it just so happened to break. And that's why he looks rightfully confused and like looking around. Like
there's a few moments in different movies, including I think that final scene with Alan Rickman in Die Hard, where the actor either didn't know they were going to get dropped or didn't know they were going to get dropped at that moment, and it could just get done to them because they knew the reaction would be more real. Like,
there's something classic about that,
right?
Yeah, it feels like a real movie moment here. Even if people are watching this movie and fucking hate it because it's turtles that are mutant and ninja, this cuts through, I think. Just little shit like this.
I think so too. I think this movie is beyond like its name, beyond its brand. I think it's a great just film. And I think The Farmhouse does a lot to like help ground it in some ways.
It's a good setting.
You're gonna be okay, Raph. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah, all right, Leo. Get a grip, will you?
Listen, Raph. About what I said before. You know, about not needing you and all. Like,
Leo, don't.
oh, boy, we missed you.
It's a Kodak moment.
Oh.
Raph does recover eventually, you know, after sitting in the tub for who knows how many days. And amends are kind of like made. You know, they have the Kodak moment. He wakes up, he's not angry at Leonardo. Leonardo's guilt is kind of like he can put that away.
They start possessing right thinking.
They do. And this is like the famous moment. It's a meme now, right? Where when Donatello's watching Leonardo and Raph hug and he opens his mouth and you see the actor inside the mouth.
Yeah, I was going to mention that myself. Absolutely, yeah.
It's like a famous moment. It looks scary, dude. It looks weird. Once you see it, you can never unsee it.
No, I mean, it took me years to notice, but after I did notice it, I'm like, shit, I'm never going to not see that.
And the Turtles do some training here around this time, and like the training choreography is
amazing.
Like among some of the best in the whole movie.
Right.
Like the flips they do and like them fighting each other.
The music hits another crescendo.
It's really, really good. There's also just some like little funny stuff in here, like them playing Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah.
It's kind of cute. Casey Jones like cutting vegetables with Leonardo's katana.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I did not notice that at all until like the last 3 or 4 years. And I saw it again this movie. And I'm like, this time around, I'm like, oh shit, I'd forgotten that again. Like, as a kid, I did not notice he was using the sword to cut the veggies.
It's like there's no utensils there. They're probably like eating steak with like a sai as a fork. You know? Like,
I think Casey Jones tried all the steak knives in the house and realized the katana was the sharpest shit around, which it actually would be, right?
It literally would be by many times. Yeah, there are no commercially made knives that are that sharp.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What Russian novel, embracing more than 500 characters, is set in the Napoleonic Wars?
War and Peace.
He's alive! Hey, thanks, man. Splinter's alive!
We know, Leo. Of course he is. We all think he's alive.
I don't think. I know.
Huh?
But I think one of the big moments of this movie is when the four turtles, they have their meditation session, right? Because Leonardo's like the guy that meditates on his own, and he reaches Splinter somehow. And we can talk about the hows or the whys maybe in a sec. But first, Steve, maybe you can kind of like tell us like what happens. They sit down, Leonardo convinces them to meditate. And like, what's the scene?
Yeah, he had a moment where he sort of felt Splinter's presence himself, and then realizes that there's some kind of channel of communication there. So he gets the others together, and they're not convinced. At first, he's like, Splinter's alive, and they're like, yeah, we know, dude, we think so too. But he's like, no, I know for sure Splinter's alive because we had this moment. You're gonna have a moment too. You need to come do this. So he gets them all together, and they all sit around a campfire, and then they have a Star Wars moment, and Splinter's Force Ghost appears. And
yeah.
Right, it's Obi-Wan Splinter right here. And,
very much so.
He has a bit of a conversation with them where he basically just says, you need to stay on the path that you're on. Don't let what's going on make you be different. And even if I'm not going to be with you anymore, you are who you are. Like, keep being you. And the whole thing kind of just stirs them into like, now is the time. We know we've got to go back. We're no longer waiting for more information or April's leads or whatever else. Like, we've got to go back.
And also that Raphael is like, I'm not going to go on my own side quest, I think.
Yeah.
I think Splinter's message here, first of all, it's the single scene that I've rewatched more than any scene in this whole movie is this campfire scene.
Right.
I love this scene. It's so fucking deep, man. And I know that sounds silly because I'm talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but like, they have a moment, they chill the fuck out, and they reach Splinter. Now, do they actually reach him, or are they kind of like coming to conclusions internally that may be left for interpretation? But what we see on screen is we see Splinter reaching them, so I'll go with that for now. And I think what Splinter is essentially saying is that he's reinforcing this idea of unity between them, and he's also saying goodbye.
I am proud of you, my sons. Tonight, you have learned the final and greatest truth of the ninja. That ultimate mastery comes not of the body, but of the mind. Together, there is nothing your four minds cannot accomplish. Help each other, draw upon one another, and always remember the true force that binds you. The same as that which brought me here tonight. That which I gladly return with my final words. I love you all, my sons.
Yeah, it definitely seems like I'm basically gonna die, so you guys need to figure out how to be you without me around.
Exactly.
No.
He says ultimate mastery comes from, the mind. And I think with these four guys, with where they are now, right, without the division among them, they can be successful in their endeavors, be it taking out Shredder or just like continuing to live life after Splinter's gone.
Right.
And Splinter like gives him his blessing and says, I'm proud of you, I love you, and goodbye, essentially.
I guess he's maybe like releasing them from the guilt or maybe the duty of trying to find and release him. But like, I love the fact it's just like they're doubling down on like, we're gonna find him and release him.
Yeah.
That hits like the small boy part of me, the little revenge lizard in my human brain. I'm like, fuck yes. We're gonna go beat some ass and get Splinter back.
We're gonna beat some ass.
Because it's the next scene where the turtles tell the two human characters it's time to go back. And you get that music.
So you actually played professionally?
Before I got hurt, less than a year. Yeah.
Sorry.
So was I. Guys, I told you. I hate it when you do that, all right?
What is it?
It's time to go back.
So they do go back to, the city of New York. They drive back in, like I said, into the city, and Casey, I guess, thinks that they have an apartment. I don't think they've disclosed the fact that they live in a fucking sewer, right?
No, or that April's place is burnt to the ground.
That's known, but
oh, it's true.
When they drive up, Casey's like, "All right, nice place," and he's looking at a building, right? He seems to think they live inside that building,
right?
Like they have a fucking apartment they rent under whose name? Like, what is Casey Jones thinking here? Like.
Abraham J. Turtle Esquire.
Maybe he just thinks that it's another one of April's many properties, right?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
She's like, I've been living in that dingy little one above the fucking store, but I've actually got a much nicer place over here.
Casey Jones goes, how come I never fall in with people who have condos? He's like, he's dealt with this before. Like the last guys he was vigilanteing with probably lived at a homeless encampment.
Exactly.
Well, you're a mentally unstable nighttime vigilante who carries a hockey stick and wears a mask, so I don't think you're going to be falling in with a lot of well-to-do button-down types.
And I think Casey might be homeless because they don't go to his place.
No, there's definitely an implication in the movie, at least, that he just kind of roams, or lives in a truck.
He's very happy sleeping in a truck later.
Right.
Yeah, exactly, Steve.
What is all this talk about spending the night down here?
You're a claustrophobic.
You want a fist in the mouth? I've never even looked at another guy before.
What he means is that you're afraid of enclosed areas.
Afraid? What, me? Wait, is that what you think? Hey, I don't have to take this stuff about being afraid. I want to sleep in the truck.
Now, Josh, did this moment ever bother you, or does it bother you now when they're down there in the sewer and Casey's like, wait a minute, I don't want to stay down here? And then Donnie goes, you're a claustrophobic.
I never even looked at another guy.
What do you think, Josh?
It doesn't belong in this movie.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It's pretty homophobic. But it's another one that took me years to get. At 7, I didn't understand that joke. It's what is he talking about?
It's a little dipstick or a barometer into just where maybe misogyny and racism and discrimination were in 1990. Just a little look, a little peek.
Yeah, it's very much firmly placed in that time period, right? And when I was a kid, I didn't watch this with subtitles. I didn't have them on my VHS, of course. So I always, as a kid, thought he said in response, you've never even looked at another guy. So what I thought Casey meant was, you've never even seen people. You have no right to speak to me that way.
Right.
Because you've never even looked at a person.
Right.
So what the fuck do you know? You live in a cave.
You've never seen a man. Dude.
But I also did not get that Casey Jones misinterpreted the word a claustrophobic for homosexual.
Yeah.
I did not.
No, totally over my head at that point.
And he's a cool guy in this movie. And what he says is if you call me gay, it means we need to fight. And no one needs to hear that. Hopefully, when kids watch this in 2025 and beyond, it just flies over their heads. That's kind of my thought.
Yeah, just don't get that, please. But Danny's down there, and he's going to stay with them for the night. And I guess the plan is for Danny to return home the next day, because he's a runaway at this point.
Kids in movies just disappear for days at a time way more frequently than I ever encountered when I was growing up.
Yes.
I knew maybe 1 or 2 kids who tried something like that, disappeared for a night or two, but it was not a common thing.
The ones I knew that did were on drugs.
Yeah, exactly. Most of the times when it did, if we're fast forwarding, at a few instances in high school and kids who had narcotics issues, we were already 17, 18 years old.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Exactly. But Danny is a lying little shit, and he slinks off in the night, and he goes back to the Foot Clan lair because he is torn between, should I stay with them? Should I help Splinter? Should I stay with Shredder, who is my father now, I guess.
I can't go back to that terrible father of mine who provides me a clean apartment to live in and clothing and food.
Charles, yeah. And you know what Charles even said to him? I make more than enough money to provide for both of us.
Right?
Like, Danny does not need to steal. Like, his dad will buy him headphones
Right?
and a Walkman. Like, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, yeah, and he's got that line, as I got older, bothered me a little. We were saying, he looked at the Walkman, and he's like, I don't even want to know where he got it, or something to that effect. There's no way my father would have ignored that. He would have taken it from me, is what would have happened. You can tell me where you got this, or I'm taking it.
well, it's the equivalent of a kid having a phone now that you didn't give them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you just have a phone.
Yeah, there's no way. And you're right. They were the equivalent of, if you adjust for inflation, something like that at the time was the equivalent of hundreds of dollars. Some kid wouldn't have had the money. Like, yeah.
It's like, you know he stole it.
Right.
But Danny, like I said, he slinks off back to the lair and is followed by Casey Jones, who's sleeping in the truck. So, like, there is some weird stuff with this movie, but a lot of it, like, does push the narrative forward. Like, Casey Jones being a claustrophobic, they, like, introduce that so that he'll be in the truck so that he sees Danny and kind of follows him.
I have not seen you for days.
Yeah, I've been down at, my hideout a lot lately.
And do you now hide from your surrogate family as well?
I don't know.
I, too, once had a family, Danny. Many years ago, I lived in Japan, a pet of my master Yoshi, mimicking his movements from my...
But Danny goes off to see Splinter, actually, and he's still wrestling with the idea of what he should do. And Josh, Splinter, he's got that backstory loaded and ready to go, right? For 15 years now.
Well, he's up there just being crucified, slowly, I think, like suffocating to death, hung by chains. It's really sad, actually.
It is.
It is.
It's weird. And earlier, like, Splinter had, like, put a blade up to his throat, and it was almost like, if I did this right now, it'd be, like, better for you. So I'm gonna leave you up here.
Shredder tells him, I'm gonna let you just die hanging here.
Yeah, that is actually really dark, and I think I missed a lot of that earlier in the movie. I actually just listened to The Rest is History. They did a podcast on what crucifixions were truly in history. That's some bad shit. And that's
horrible, yeah.
I think that's what's happening to him, like a unique style of crucifixion, essentially. But yeah, like, he's been, if we're going to go with this Christian analogy, he's been witnessing to Danny all movie, right? Like, hey, like, there are people out there that love you. You have a father. No father forgets. Like, that's very biblical. No father.
All fathers love their sons.
I mean, it's
God loves you
unequivocally
all.
completely untrue. There are fathers who have beaten their kids to death. But
Steve.
fine.
Steve.
All right.
Splinter said it.
Right.
Splinter 1.3. All fathers.
I mean, it really makes absentee fatherism real difficult to explain, but yeah.
Turn your pages to Splinter 1.3.
Right? The Gospel of the Hanging Rat.
And Shredder does have a spear as his primary weapon, which we see later.
Ooh, that is very biblical.
Maybe he was going to stick that in Splinter while he was up there, you know?
Right? Should have. It might have been blessed.
This is, though, where Danny, like, takes the wisdom, but before he can really do anything, Splinter catches him again, right? Like, the plot's moving rapidly forward at this point.
Where have you been?
Nowhere.
You're lying to me.
No.
And you're hiding something as well.
Shredder realizes that it's on again. Like, Danny was the one that led them to the turtles at April's place. Danny has this drawing of the turtles on his person. Shredder gets the troops ready to go, and he says, this time there will be no mistakes. I'm going to be there too, bitch.
I'm sorry to draw things out here, but that little scene where Splinter says you're lying, and then his hand traces his body until he finds the evidence, that shit is brilliant. That is actually almost like a Tarantino-like scene. Like, people saw that in a movie that they liked 35 years ago and pulled that shit out and put it in this. Because it's like, his hand is like a lie detector tracing down the soon-to-be corpse of Danny, and when he gets to like his wallet section, he just quickly like nabs out that sketch of Leonardo. I love that shit.
It is good, and it's like Shredder's this mysterious like figure that just seems so powerful, right? And you believe that that's within his power realm. Like, you can't lie to this guy. He will fucking know. He's going to find the thing you're hiding in your pocket, and he's going to know which pocket it's in.
And he can pickpocket, as we saw earlier in the movie.
That wasn't him, but yeah.
Hey, that's his hand.
It was his hand, damn it.
He has bigger spikes on his hand.
So there's just another guy in the Foot Clan with smaller spikes on his hand.
That wasn't spikes. It was a little armor thing. It was a little padding. It was a little hot.
Spikes were in the laundry, Kylo.
It's fine, Josh. We know.
He only has one pair of clothes. Okay?
Kylo's like, he's got 5 pair of spikes hanging up in the closet. Different pair of spikes for each day.
Dad, I'm borrowing your spikes for this evening. Going pickpocketing.
So it's on and cracking again. The Foot Clan are sent out. They rush into the sewers to the turtles' original hiding place. But the turtles are like ready for them. I think one of them must have realized Danny isn't there, and they're fucked. So like the turtles have kind of like a little bit of a mini trap prepared for the Foot Clan. And that takes out a few of them, but in addition to that, the turtles are just fucking ready. Like, they've been off training at the farmhouse. They're all together, they're all on the same page. And when the 4 of them are all working together, they're kind of unstoppable. They are an unstoppable force. So they just clean up these Foot Clan guys, and they have a lot of fun with it, you know? They're doing classic turtle stuff. This is kind of where you get some of the cartoon stuff, but it looks great visually. Like Donatello on a skateboard going through the sewer like it's like a full pipe or like a half pipe or whatever. He's like skating down and just whacking him with his bow staff. Like, that shit looks good.
It does. It's a lot of fun.
It's kind of like the 4 of us on this podcast.
Just 3 of us right now.
Just wiping ass with the competitors. Me, Steve, Kylo, and Alan.
Alan's
kicking.
He hasn't talked yet. Yeah.
Right?
Just hanging.
Told you he's out front. Corey's got him on a chain.
I could probably take bits of Alan's audio and from other episodes and put him in here and make it seem like he's here.
I kind of think you should do that. You should take all the pieces you've edited out episodes all of us have been on and just piece together a new one.
Yeah, it's just
Right.
So there's a scene that I've been itching to talk about, and I'm glad we're finally at this point in the story. And I'm going to take it over. It's where Casey Jones is at the Foot Clan lair. His mind is blown by this place. Great facial expressions from Casey when he sees. He's like, what the fuck is going on here? And it's almost like there's a tinge of regret that he didn't have this when he was a kid, but that's fine. He beats the shit out of one of the Foot Clan guys and steals his costume, right? So he can kind of infiltrate properly, because he's an older guy. He probably doesn't want to be spotted. They'll be like, what are you, a grown-up's here, you know? You don't want to be the Pan in the Lost Boys, you know? Like, they'll identify you. But he catches up with Danny, who says, look, we got to get Splinter out of here. So Danny and Casey go to rescue Splinter. And Casey's, like, first reaction to Splinter is also really funny. He, like, has to, like, double take Splinter. He sees him and he's like, and then he shrugs. He's like, all right, whatever. Like,
that reminded me of you the first time you came out to Indiana. Like, whoa, these are the spoiler boy. I guess we'll be friends. Like, okay, dude, this is also my youngest daughter walked in on me when I was watching this part of the movie, and I heard her walk out and she goes, guys, what Dad's watching? The guy just said, I'm Casey Jones, friend. She thought that was the funniest shit. So we're going to be saying that for a couple years, I think.
That's funny. It's funny the stuff kids latch on to. My name's Casey Jones. I'm a friend.
Friend.
Who are you?
Name's Casey Jones. I'm a friend. Let's get out of here.
This is what I'm building up to, guys. So they get Splinter, Casey Jones and Danny, and they start helping him out of the room. But while they're leaving, they're intercepted by Tatsu and a bunch of teenagers. Now, these are like pseudo Foot Clan members. It's like the Sam Rockwell types. It's like these guys probably aren't like the best fighters because they're not in the ninja costumes out fighting the turtles. They're the guys that stayed behind.
Yeah.
So they're just kind of like the party animal guys. But it's Tatsu and a bunch of them. And Tatsu is taking charge. Tatsu confronts Casey Jones.
Now, you know, a little primatine might just help to clear that up there. It's gonna cost you, Tinkerbell.
I don't think that you're listening.
And Casey Jones, the way he handles a fight is he likes to have like a little bit of playful banter before he fights, you know? Because Tatsu comes up and he grunts. And Casey goes, you know, a little Primatine will clear that right out. that like breath spray shit from back in the day. I don't even know if that's around anymore.
No, I don't think it is.
No, there's no Primatine?
I think that product is no longer made. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
So it's kind of like an outdated reference, I guess. But, you know, that's okay. Tatsu is all business, though. Tatsu doesn't talk, right? He kicks. And he just, like, starts kicking the shit out of Casey Jones. And this is what I like about this scene, right? Like, Casey Jones is a high-level skilled fighter. Like, he can probably fight a turtle, or at least he can for a little while. Tatsu is probably right under Shredder, like, in the hierarchy of the bad guys. So this is getting close here. This is two, like, mini-bosses kind of fighting each other. And Casey Jones is not doing well, is he, Josh?
Well, Casey Jones doesn't have his weapon of choice yet. And that's a big problem. Like, Raphael lost his sai earlier. Devastating. Could you imagine Donatello or Michelangelo fighting without, like, their nunchucks? Well, Casey Jones doesn't have any sports gear right now. So Tatsu is just beating him to a pulp. And as he does so, Casey Jones just happens to fall right next to a nice bag of what I assume are like Tiger Woods brand Nike golf clubs. It's like the best of the best.
Tiger Woods would have been like 12 years old when this movie came out. But yeah.
Which means he still would have been the best golf player on earth.
Yeah.
But Casey Jones takes out, I'm not sure if it's the 3 driver or the 1 driver.
It's a 9-iron.
He gets he gets another 6 cricket points or whatever out of Tatsu.
Yeah, he gets this golf club and he obliterates Tatsu with it. And this is what I like about the fight. It's that Casey Jones wins because he's a street fighter.
Because of the sports gear.
Tatsu is like trained to fight like, you know, you face a guy one-on-one, you're facing each other directly. And, you know, you punch and kick, and there's, like, certain rules of engagement that I think Tatsu was trained with. Like, he seems like he was trained with traditional martial arts. But Casey Jones is a street fighter. Anything goes with Casey Jones. So that's why this golf club just saves the fucking day for him.
I'll never call golf a dull game again.
I love that he's the one to take out Tatsu. I think it's very satisfying to me. And then, of course, like all the other teenagers are like, what should we do? Let's get him. Like, and Casey Jones is like, you want to be first? I love that.
Is that Samuel Rockwell's last bit?
He's there at the end too, but
Okay.
Casey Jones just basically tells him that this ideology is bullshit, and so does Splinter, I guess. Steve, how are the Foot Clan doing against the Turtles there on the streets of New York? They kind of made their way out of the sewers, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're trying to do the old overwhelm bit, but the Turtles are really just going ham this time. You know, they're just kicking ass left and right.
At first, they're in their own domain, which is the sewer.
Right.
And then when they make their way to the streets, it's like open, right? So
Right.
like they're not like being swarmed in on.
Right.
And they're handling them.
Right.
But they do make their way up to the rooftop, and they're doing this because they're kind of like chasing them down. Like the Foot Clan are like retreating, and the Turtles are like not accepting that. Like
the Foot Clan now are actually starting to run.
But the Turtles chase him, and they chase him. They follow him up to a rooftop. Josh, when the Turtles have kind of like defeated the last of the Foot Clan, Shredder descends from above, which makes me think he was on a higher rooftop. Does that sound right?
There's always a higher rooftop.
Yeah, I wanted someone to mention that because he like floats down from apparently nowhere. I mean, talk about a Jesus moment. He just kind of touches ground. Like, where the fuck did you come from?
Is he the Jesus character?
I think he might be.
I think he's tempting Jesus at this point, boys. He's not Jesus, clearly, but he comes down here, Kylo, and we've said this like 19 times, but it's a highlight of the movie. Like,
yes,
the four Turtles against Shredder, and maybe it's to their detriment, but it's to our betterment as viewers. They start this fight out just going at him one at a time, right? How tough is this guy in the metal suit?
Shredder is fucking OP, and this is a really good thing for this movie in a way that like Shredder fails in Secret of the Ooze, right? Because they actually make him a threat throughout the movie, and then he delivers on the threat. The threat of Shredder is delivered on here.
The way that the Turtles choose to fight him makes no sense.
One at a time?
Yeah, one at a time, and also, like, Leo goes directly at him with, like, both swords pointed, and you'd never use a sword that way. Certainly not someone that had ever been shown. He's just basically asking to get batted away, which is exactly what happened.
Well, here's the reason Shredder wins, in my opinion, because I kind of have a hot take on this scene.
Right.
Shredder is fucking gangster. He's badass. But I think the Turtles might have been able to win if Shredder didn't fucking play them like a fiddle, which he does.
Yeah.
Shredder realizes what their weakness is, and it's Splinter.
Yeah.
And he tells them, oh, yeah, I killed that fucking guy 2 hours ago.
He's already dead.
Yeah. So the Turtles, they don't react well to that. They lose their focus, and they make mistakes. Because I think if they all came at Shredder at the same time, they would have won.
Yeah.
Because there was even a moment when Leonardo slices his arm.
Yeah, I always kind of thought there could have been a way to handle that where, like, they go after him together, and he's actually got the capacity to defend himself against it for some amount of time. I think he would. And then it could be a group effort to overwhelm him. Yeah.
But he plays him.
Right.
And he gets Leo kind of, like, held hostage, right, Josh?
Where's Splinter?
Ah, the rat.
Huh?
So it has a name. It had a name.
You lie!
Do I? He dies.
Huh?
Weapons. Now. Fools. The three of you might have overpowered me with the loss of but one. Now your fate will be his.
It's a sad scene because he's like, this one dies. And it's like, everyone just sobers up real quick. huh? Some of us can die? Like, that's a threat in this movie? I think I was feeling that as a kid watching this, Kylo. Like, oh, a death of a turtle is maybe on the line here. Like, there weren't really sequels back then. So, like you're saying about, like, the initial comic having to take the story all the way through, like, that's what I was assuming this was going to do, too.
I never liked that they threw their weapons down. I think it's pretty obvious in that moment Shredder could do whatever he wanted to him, so you may as well just keep fighting. Like, not that you wouldn't be upset about it, but, like, he's not going to do a nice guy thing because you tossed your weapons. He's not going to spare your friend because you tossed your weapons. He's going to kill him anyway.
Yeah, but they are scared and they're cornered, and they do it. You know, they toss their weapons.
Stupid.
It buys them a little bit of time, though, maybe.
I mean, I really think that's the reality. It got written in because they needed that extra few seconds. The other reality is that anybody trained at a samurai level wouldn't wait that long to make the kill in the first place. As soon as you've got the person you're fighting in a vulnerable position, you just do it. There's no reason to wait. You just slice their neck and move on.
Splinter!
Yes, Uroku Saki. I know who you are. We met many years ago in the home of my master, Homato Yoshi.
It's him.
Now I will finish what I began with your ear.
But Casey down below has brought Splinter to the scene. And Splinter ninjas away. So, you know, when Casey turns his head, he's like, wait, where is Splinter? And then we see him appear at the top, right, Josh?
Yeah. And he's got some more talking to do.
Well, the thing is, Splinter plays Shredder the same way Shredder played the Turtles. He gets into his head.
Yeah.
Gets him to charge, right?
Yeah.
Essentially.
I mean, he does the same exact, like, verbal tactic. He says, you know, I know who you are, Oroku Saki. Something that he's clearly been hiding for his whole existence there in New York. And Shredder's like, you're that fucking rat that scarred my face. The whole reason I hide my face, right?
Right.
So he lunges at him like a fool.
And essentially there's this, like, cut down insult in there that, like, you couldn't kill a fucking rat.
Yeah, that is kind of in the background, isn't it?
I think it's sitting there.
It's another thing that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't Oroku have just put the sword through Splinter when he was still just a rat? Like, why trim his ear off and then leave? It's not like he's going to care about killing a rat.
That rat's juking around down there, man. It's like, good luck with that.
Right?
Did you see the rat training in the cage, Steve? He's got skills.
Dude, Oroku Saki's like, do I need to sit around here and set up mouse traps for a couple of weeks and try to get this rat out, or do I just peace out? Like, I'm cutting my losses here.
Right. I'm going to New York to run a teenage stuffed ring. It's the logical response to this.
I'll leave this rat in Japan. It's fine. How much trouble could it be? This rat.
That fucking rat. That fucking...
You dirty rat.
This rat could never achieve levels of nirvana and
enlightenment.
Meditation. Yeah, enlightenment and meditation where you can, like, force project. This rat could never.
You could never force project. Oh, you'll never be Yoda, Splinter.
But he could be Luke.
Yeah, right?
Quick side note about Splinter. The puppet is amazing.
It is amazing.
The voice is amazing.
Yeah.
And there's a scene like earlier when he's talking to Danny, and like I wanted to say in my notes, I wanted to write down like, oh wow, the acting is so good. But it's not acting, it's a fucking puppet.
Right.
Like the facial features of the puppet when he like looks somber when he says like all fathers love their sons.
Yeah.
And it looks like he has like water in his eyes, like he's about to cry.
Oh yeah, he does.
It's like, god damn, dude.
And have you no one to go to, Danny? No parent?
My dad could care less about me.
I doubt that is true.
Why?
All fathers care for their sons.
Dude,
it is amazing what Jim Henson's Creature Shop did.
That was exactly my next comment. Henson's Creature Shop just blew the lid out with being able to do this. The fact that those suits look the way they do and have held up the way they have, like, only now in the last couple of years do I feel like they're really aging at all. And you're talking about a 40-year-old movie, and I still don't mind. Like,
and if anyone doubts like the quality of the Jim Henson Creature Shop effects in this movie and its direct sequel, Secret of the Ooze, then just watch the third one and look at how fucking shitty the Turtles and Splinter look in that movie.
There's a reason some of those people are in such high demand. You know, we've talked about Phil Tippett a couple of times, like the RoboCop movies and Jim Henson's workshop. Some of those people are just the next level up. Even among other professionals, they're the next level up. Yeah.
It's a real fucking deal here. And we have Puppet Splinter up there, looking good as always, but he maneuvers Shredder over the side of the building. And Shredder is like, it's kind of an interesting thing that like I get now, but I didn't fully get as a kid. Like, Splinter has Michelangelo's nunchuck, which was tossed earlier, and he's just like, he has some grip on the spear that Shredder is holding onto with both hands, and that's how Shredder is not going off the side of this building.
Yeah, I believe he's wrapped the spear using the chain link in the center of the nunchuck.
Yeah,
he's holding it at either end. Yeah.
So it's just like barely hanging on for dear life.
But that shows how Splinter has like absolute mastery of all the weapons.
It does.
In a weird way. That's what I always took from that.
Yeah, that's a great point.
He could have beat his ass with the stick too. That's all I'm saying.
He could have.
And Shredder could have not fallen off this roof had he not decided to, take a knife out of his back pocket or whatever and chuck it at Splinter. Because like while Splinter is saying like, while he's kind of talking shit to him, he's like, you're about to die without honor.
Right.
Shredder chucks a knife at Splinter, so Splinter has to release his grip, catch the knife, which causes Shredder to fall.
Yeah.
Death comes for us all, Urokusaki. But something much worse comes for you. For when you die, it will be... without honor. Oops!
Now, Josh, Shredder doesn't just fall off the roof onto the ground, does he? It's almost worse than that.
No. Almost worse than that?
I mean, that would be pretty bad.
Yeah, so he falls into a trash truck, which sucks. But there's this thing in the Middle Ages called, like, when you would be put into a cell and they would, like, throw you down the chute, and there might be a couple spikes down there. There might be a couple other dead cadavers and some trash. But you're just kind of, like, down there to, like, be impaled and die. And that's kind of what happens here to Shredder, except to boot, Casey Jones is down there. And he sees all this go down. And since he's a street smarts guy, Kylo, he's not just going to let this trash be taken to the dump undisturbed. He's got to do some oops of his own.
Yeah, Casey Jones is down there with the trash truck and I guess like turns on the compactor, right? So
accidentally.
Yeah. Oops. The dude is sick in the head. He is. Like, that's why I was saying earlier, like with those street toughs that like mugged the woman, he might have killed them. Because Casey Jones, when he sees injustice and he takes matters into his own hands, he will take your life, potentially.
No, dude, he was going to beat them to a bloody pulp, take them to a trash dump, put them into a compactor, and then crush them.
He does that thing every time. Like, that's the thing.
This is his fetish. This is his thing. This is the only way he can climax, Kylo.
Oh, God. The horrific part of it is really when you see Shredder's helmet get crushed like it's a fucking can of soda.
Yeah.
Like, that's what sticks with you when you're a kid. That's when you know, like, Shredder's not okay under there.
This man is not okay.
Now, in the sequel, they do just make it so he is miraculously okay. But in the context of this movie and this movie only, when this was the only one out, Shredder was crushed to death. Like, in the midst of all that trash is just like broken bones and gore.
I think that's right.
Somebody would have had to clean out the back of that truck.
Yeah, it was Kevin Eastman, because he was...
It's true.
Kevin Eastman was the garbage man in this movie.
You're right.
And they cut out the scene where he was at the garbage truck and runs away.
Yeah.
But you only see him in the background.
For a split second. Yeah.
And I think science has shown that when you're crushed to death like this, you actually live for a weirdly long time before you... Yeah. So you're like conscious.
And then you die at a Vanilla Ice concert. Every time. We all die a little bit at a Vanilla Ice concert.
Yeah, I mean, Vanilla Ice will take a little bit of life out of you. Yeah.
That final bit of HP you had, Vanilla takes.
Oh, yeah, you know, I got 2/3 of the way through that RPG, but I just can't get past Vanilla Ice.
Yeah. So, guys, this is where the movie wraps up. The cops and the press show up. Commissioner, or I think it's Chief Stearns, is there as well.
Yeah.
The Turtles and Splinter are kind of hidden because they're up on the rooftop, but down below, all like the street toughs, you know, the Sam Rockwells, the Skeet Ulriches, they're down there. The cops are interviewing them, and you can see that like Sam Rockwell, who's really like the face of the teens that are in the Foot Clan, like he's the visual representation of all of them. He gives up like their location to the cops. Like you can see like they're leaving this behind them.
They really have a real change in theology here. A real character arc for these dudes. They've learned.
I think it's because they see the Turtles and they see Splinter. They see Casey Jones rescue Splinter, and they see what family really is. And I know that's corny as fuck what I'm saying, but I think that's it.
Their boss just got like squashed in a garbage truck.
They just witnessed a murder as well. That's probably a factor.
You know,
they don't go out of their way to, if we're getting serious, they don't go out of their way in the Foot Clan to like help each other. If something bad happens, they beat the shit out of each other.
Right.
That was just shown. So I think you're right, Kylo.
Danny? God, where have you been? I've had the whole city looking for you. Are you all right? Are you okay, Danny?
It's okay, Dad. I'm okay. Really. I'm okay. Dad, it's just Dan now, okay?
Dan?
Danny is reunited with Charles, but he's
not. Yeah, let's get it right.
He's not Danny anymore.
It's Dan now, okay?
He's changed.
Clearly, I'm an adult. I know that in the last week I've been arrested and I ran away from you, and I still have pending potential felony charges against me, but I want you to call me Dan, and we're going to be reconciled.
I popped 3 pubes last week, Dad. It's Dan. It's just Dan. Okay.
All right. Another few months, I might need a razor. We're going to see.
Dan.
Yeah, I'm going to call you dumb fuck. I'm still paying your lawyer bill. Get in the car.
They do tie up the loose ends really well here. Like, he even pays back the $20 that he stole from April O'Neil.
Yeah, trust me, I owe it to you.
Yeah, he does.
And when is he going to pay back for the burnt antique store and apartment?
Dude, $20 is a decent take in 1990. I get into a movie for $6 back then. Like, fuck.
So the Foot Clan, they tell, Stearns, you got to go to the East Warehouse on Laird Island, right?
Yeah.
So the Eastman and Laird reference is right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, things are wrapped up really neatly here, and there's like a moment with the Turtles and Splinter where they're like, okay, Shredder, the threat of Shredder is gone, we're reunited. And at first it's kind of sad, it's emotional that they're back together, but then they start having a good time with it. And that's a great representation of what this movie is.
Yeah.
Right? It's like that emotional side of things, like the drama of the Ninja Turtles and their story, and then like the fun, the kid-friendly, happy, good guys always win angle. We get a little bit of both of that at the end.
Yeah.
But they choose to end it on the ladder, right, Josh?
Which would be Cowabunga? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, Cowabunga it is.
We were awesome!
bitchin'. Gnarly. Radical. Yeah. Totally toothless, dude. Wicked.
Delicious. Mega.
I have always liked Cowabunga.
Huh?
I made a funny.
On the half shell, they're the heroes for. In this day and age,
It's great. They finally get Splinter to joke around. He's been like, meditate through this whole movie, and finally he's like, okay, I'll eat some pepperoni pizza. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, he was reborn after his crucifixion, you could say.
So 3 days later, Kylo?
Yeah.
Come on now.
Oh.
And that's how the Turtles wraps up. What a film. We're going to get into final thoughts territory before ratings, and I have a few of my own to kick us off. The first of which is, if you watch this movie on Amazon Prime, the music, I don't know if you want to call it the music editing or the music mixing. I tend to mix those two up, but it's different than the DVD release. It's not as fleshed out. So like the music cues are more prominent on the DVD itself, or the VHS, which is what I grew up on, which matches the DVD in terms of this aspect of filmmaking. But on the Amazon Prime version, there's moments where there's supposed to be a music cue and the volume is lowered so low that you can't hear it, or it's not present at all. And that really fucking bothered me, because I've seen this movie maybe more times than I've seen any other movie in my life. Maybe Hook might be a contender, but I know the music cue that's supposed to play after any given moment in this movie, and they weren't there sometimes, and that drove me fucking crazy.
Dad, it's just Dan now, okay?
Dan.
Dad, it's just Dan now, okay?
Dan.
They shouldn't be like fucking with a movie like that, honestly.
I have no idea how that happened.
That's messed up.
No, I totally agree. That's a problem. A quick thing as well is that the origin of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is like a parody of Marvel's Daredevil, which I think we've talked about on this podcast. But for those that don't know, Matt Murdock, Daredevil, when he was a boy, there was a car accident near him. One of the cars had some kind of radioactive material that flew onto his eyes during the accident. And then in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles canon, the rest of that radioactive material went down the sewer onto 4 turtles that were discarded there by their owner. Also, similarities is that the mentor in Daredevil is called Stick. The old mentor who teaches him martial arts. In Ninja Turtles, of course, it's called Splinter. And in Daredevil, the clan of ninjas is called the Hand. In Ninja Turtles, they're called the Foot.
The Foot. I got a little final thought. When Raph is all like fucked up in the bathtub, April comes in to check on him, like sponges a little water on him. And then she gives Leo a hug and says, he'll be okay. It's like, how do you know about mutant turtle health, lady?
Look, she spent 8 months at Mutant Turtle Veterinary School before she decided she was going to be a journalist.
Dang it.
Yeah.
I didn't see that comic. My bad.
Another thing I brought up on our Secret of the Use episode is that I once attended a screening of this movie that was followed by a Q&A from Kevin Eastman. It was at the New Beverly.
Oh.
This was about 12 or 13 years ago. And first of all, the audience for that screening was super annoying because they laughed at everything, including what I consider to be the emotional moments of this movie. And that fucking bugged me.
It bugged me too.
After the Splinter campfire scene, they laughed.
No.
And I was like, oh, you guys don't get this movie. And that I found that to be a huge fucking problem. But Kevin Eastman said some very interesting things. He said that the first movie, this one, it was kind of what they wanted. You know, there were some compromises made. And then he said the second movie was a huge step back. It was not what they wanted at all. And then the third movie was the one that they had a lot of input on, and that's the one they were happy with.
Why?
I'm never going to accept that. I believe your story. I'm just never going to accept it as being real. I don't believe that.
Because it's been so long, Steve, I've started to question in my own mind if I remember that correctly.
Right.
Because I'm like, that can't be right.
Right?
Or maybe, and this is something I came up with recently, maybe he was joking and he didn't sound like he was joking and I just didn't get it.
Right? I can't make, and again, I believe you completely. I just can't make sense of the sentiment. Like,
Kylo, putting together the first and second parts of your story, he maybe got pissed off at the crowd for laughing at the emotional parts. It's like, listen.
Oh,
right.
I do remember he did say this distinctly, and I was on board with him. He said, I don't remember people laughing that much.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I was like, yeah, I agree, dude. Like,
right?
I was kind of annoyed to be part of that crowd.
People do that. People were doing it when we saw The Matrix. Like, it's weird. People will find anything at all to laugh at.
Well, we were sitting next to some Gen Zers.
It's true.
During The Matrix.
Right?
They didn't get it.
No, they really didn't get it. It's weird how, and that movie's not that old, really. I mean, it's from what, 99? I mean, 26 years, I guess. But, I mean, 99, the world of 1999 is not that dissimilar from the world of right now. Like, there's more social media. There's kids say skibidi. But, I mean,
Skibbity,
come on.
bro.
Like, is the world really that much?
Skibidi?
Look, I don't owe it the respect of saying it correctly. All right? I'm not going to say
fair.
grizz properly either.
It's grizz.
See? There you go. I don't care. I do not care. I've gotten to that point.
I thought it
in
was
my life.
Reese.
Grizz. Whatever it is. Grizz. Dude, look, this is the language of under 12s. If you care enough to get it correctly, you may as well be under 12. Like,
I've never heard anyone say grizz. That's fucking classic.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I have. But whatever, it doesn't matter. It's a ridiculous thing to even be saying.
I call my kids Skibbity sometimes. Like, that's just like what I refer to as. I say, let's go, Skibbity.
No, slang has just gotten... Our parents thought our slang was stupid. Their parents thought their slang was stupid. It's always the way it goes. But the slang of Gen Zers is just wrong.
This is
wrong.
old man Steve talking.
No, I'm right. I'm right about this. I may be wrong about a lot of other things, but I'm right about this.
This is crotchety, get off my lawn, old man shit.
I'm wrong about Kendrick Lamar, but I'm right about this, damn it.
I don't think I have any opinions about Kendrick Lamar, other than I did think it was hilarious he talked so much shit about Drake, because Drake seems like an actual scumbag. But
Steve sent the drone to Drake's house, by the way.
Yeah, that was me.
Sorry you threw that sandal at your drone, bro. It must have been tough for you.
Steve, do you have final thoughts?
Pizza Hut paid the producers $20 million for a tie-in marketing campaign, even though Domino's Pizza was featured throughout the movie. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, the marketing is before the movie plays on the VHS release. And they also had a promotion where, like, if you buy a pizza or something, you get the VHS.
They did coupons. They also did discount coupons, and I think there was a TV commercial that the Turtles were in. But it still doesn't make any sense. Like, even if it actually makes less sense to have sold it after the fact. Like, you already made the movie with Domino's in it. Like,
exactly. Where they're gassing this movie with the Domino's pizza in it. But my question to you guys, especially like you, Stevie, you might remember this. We're both a little older than Corey,
right?
But like, do you remember Domino's pizza looking like that?
No. But dude, okay, I'm gonna go on a slight tangent here because I wish I could find this. There was a show they used to run, I think on HBO or maybe Showtime. It was like a half an hour per episode or whatever. And it would be like behind the scenes. It was almost like a how do they make that? And there was one where they show you how they make a fast food commercial. And my takeaway from it was that like the vegetables were all freshly cut and kept in a cooler until they needed to assemble the food. They would drip water on the lettuce to make it seem like it had just been washed. They used only partially cooked beef that had been spray painted. They spray painted it on the set using an airbrush to get it to be a certain color. They used a hot piece of metal to put what looked like grill marks into it after they'd painted it. They even airbrushed the bun to give it a specific color. And then they made sure that they bought seedless buns and then had someone who was literally a paid artist to put individual sesame seeds on it so that it would look perfect. So what you see in the ad is all fake and painted. It's not cooked. The veggies were like cut there on the side. And like, I think, long story short, I think they must have done the same thing for the movie. Because I remember, I mean, full disclosure, I haven't had Domino's pizza since like 1998. But I remember what it looked like when I was a kid in 1990, and it didn't look like that. It tasted like kind of like rubber. It wasn't ever very good pizza.
It's not good.
No.
I think Domino's like kind of famously changed their recipe.
You're right. I remember them running the ads, like pretending they brought chefs in, and we've changed it now. It's real pizza, and I doubt it.
No, it ain't.
No, it ain't.
That was like 15 years ago too.
Yeah, you're right.
They did like a overhaul thing, but
it is what it is. Look, if any pizza you can get for $5 is not going to be very good. You get one or the other. It's either good or it costs $5. Choose.
No, there's 3 you can choose 2 from. It's good, fast, and cheap.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Pick 2.
It can only be 2 of those 3. And for humans, okay, you can only be max 2 of these 3. Good looking, nice, and smart.
What?
Just so you guys know, that's my own theology. Just interjecting it.
As far as I can pick out, I'm maybe one of those.
Yeah,
3.
Steve has only got one.
Listen, it's 2. I said it's 2 max. 2 max.
There you go. I'm reasonably intelligent, but I'm in a permanent bad mood. God damn, I'm ugly.
Dude.
All right, guys, let's get into ratings. On any rating scale you want, Josh, what are you going to give Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1990?
Damn! Josh from Goshen, Josh from Spoilers here. First of all, I just want to say, I know I pod on Spoilers and Big Dumb Movie, but no one is allowed to pod with me unless you can front flip into a manhole. Okay? And as far as a rating for this movie, I'm going to give it 4 It's Just Dan Nows out of 5 It's Just Dan Nows.
Oh, you're going out of 5. All right.
Yeah, 4 It's Just Dan Nows. It's a great movie. I recognize nostalgia takes it a long way for me, but there's legitimately good sound, cinematography, story, and just weirdness in this movie, including having to meditate to bring back like a force ghost of a loved one. I love that shit. This is Josh from Goshen / Spoilers. A big yes, and 4 out of 5 It's Just Dan Nows.
Thank you, Josh. I'm going to go next. This is Corey. I'm going to give this movie, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1990, the original live-action movie, 10 out of 10 purse grabbing pukes. I love this movie. It is the second movie I have given a 10 out of 10 on this podcast. I'll let the listeners try and remember what the other one was. I'll leave them in mystery here. But
it was the Pippi Longstockings movie.
Battlefield Earth.
That was on Spoilers, my friend. I think, Josh, you gave that movie a yes on the binary yes and no rating system.
Yes!
It was fun to me. Get off my ass.
No, I'm not even giving you crap. I just love that your rating was yes. That's so funny.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I think, is one of the greatest movies ever made. I love this movie. I also realize that it's intensely personal for me. So, maybe not everyone will agree with my assessment of it being the greatest movie ever made, but I'm not saying it's the greatest. I'm just saying, for me, it's one of the greatest. Yeah. I have, my greats of movies. I think this one's great. I think that one's great. This is one of those fucking movies. I love this movie. I love the tone. There's something about the lighting of this movie that I think is just because they didn't have a huge budget where it's, dimly lit. Also, there's a lot of, underground sewer stuff, but, the lighting of this movie is almost, hazy. But I feel like it adds to the mood of this movie. The aesthetic complements the mood because this movie has to manage a few different moods. It has to manage the fun cartoon side of things, what kids knew at the time. And then it's also managing what Steve Barron introduced from the comics, which is that darker. It's more sad. There's more emotion behind it. It's fucking drama, right? And they have a lot of that. And I think those moments hit really well for me. The campfire scene is amazing. This movie is more adult than maybe it even should have been at the time it came out, coming off the back of the cartoon, which was the popular thing. They didn't say we're going to make this exactly like the cartoon. This is going to be a little bit more grown up, and the movie works so well because of that. And, Secret of the Ooze, I have a fucking soft spot for it, no doubt. But it does not quite capture the same quality in terms of cinema, in my opinion, as this movie does, which just does it so well. I love it. I really do love this movie. And Casey Jones is fucking great. My favorite character. Steve, over to you. What's it going to be, man?
I'm going to give this film 8 out of 10 heroes on a half shell.
Yes.
Total power.
That's the same as 4 out of 5.
You know what? As a fraction, you're right. So same rating. Wow. Doing a little math here.
Common denominator here. Sorry.
Jeez. Wow, Josh, you and I are really on it, aren't we? Yeah, I mean, look, I agree. Nostalgia drags this one a long way. If I were 15 years younger, hadn't grown up with it, I think I'd still like it. I don't think I'd like it this much. It's not quite the comic, but this is one of the few instances where I'm way more okay with that than I would normally be. I'm actually way harder, probably to a point, frankly, of not being fair to the MCU movies for not being more of the comics.
Agreed.
I'm still going to do it, though. I don't give a shit if it's fair or not. But, nostalgia takes it a long way. But yeah, it's a touching movie. I've been watching it for almost 40 years. I'm not sick of it. The costumes are amazing. Henson and his people were geniuses. It does play a really incredible fine line between being darker than the cartoon and still appropriate enough you can show it to a 6-year-old without feeling like you're showing them something that's really wildly inappropriate for them. Good experience overall.
You brought up an important thing, Steve. I'm not sick of this movie, and
No.
I don't think I ever will be.
Right?
I think I'm at a point in my life where I know that if I like something, I will like it forever.
Yeah.
Like I've reached that age, and it's kind of something comforting about that.
I agree. I mean, talk about turning into an old man. I think you start looking for comfort in that old stuff. But yeah, absolutely.
Well, listen, we've also aged this much since the movies came out, and no turtles have ever looked better.
Nothing else.
Not even
nothing
close.
else has ever been like. I know there are some people who really like the newer animated ones, and I'm not going to try to take that away from them. But for me, it can't even get into the same ballpark. And if we're talking about Michael Bay's movies, like, forget it.
Get the fuck out.
You're right. You may as well burn them.
Especially just the turtles themselves.
Oh, God.
Maybe the overall aesthetic of some of the newer ones.
The only thing Michael Bay did properly with those movies is they really do look like mutants. They don't look much like turtles, but they look like mutants.
Yes, they do.
Right?
How dare you compliment Michael Bay on my podcast?
Oh, he didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
It was bad design is really how they led to that.
I hope we didn't miss anything. It's been an extremely long episode. I want to thank you guys for listening, and just going to do a quick shout out to Josh here for being a special guest and for coming out. Josh, do you want to talk about where people can find more of you?
I was going to scream damn out again, but it's not within me anymore. Tatsu.
You gotta go sit in the
Ninja
car,
vanished.
Ninja vanished.
Please look up spoilers with an exclamation mark. Spoilers with an exclamation mark podcast. We review movies. Kylo is actually on the podcast, so if you liked me or Kylo or the banter we have going on, hit up spoilers, and maybe someday we'll have Steve on. It seems unlikely, but we'd love to, Steve. We'd have you.
I would like to.
It's hard enough to get Steve on this podcast.
That's what I hear.
It's hard enough to get me to do anything. Imagine what my parents went through.
And for those listeners that don't know, my nickname is Kylo. He was talking about me. So that's a kind of a spoilers exclusive nickname I have. All right. Again, thank you for listening. The best thing you, the listeners, can do for us if you want to support this podcast is leave us a positive rating and written review on Apple Podcasts. The second best thing you can do for this podcast is leave a 5-star rating on Spotify. If you listen to a full episode on Spotify, you can then leave a star rating. Please do that. I also like seeing your guys' comments on Spotify, so keep them coming. We're on YouTube, which is where we grow the most, I think. So if you don't listen to us on YouTube, please just subscribe anyway over there, and it's a good way to get notified when a new episode comes out. I also put short videos on YouTube that are only on our Instagram and YouTube, so that's kind of a bonus for subscribing over there. Please be sure to like our videos. If you want to write in, bigdumbmovie@gmail.com, or you can DM me on Instagram @BigDumbMoviePodcast. And that's all we got for this time. So again, thank you for listening. We love you, and cowabunga.
Radical.
Big Dumb Movie with your host Corey, breathing in nostalgia in all of its glory. Watching movies like The Terminator. I'll be back with reviews later with some guests. Steve's your savior. Cut the lights, it's showtime.